What up, NFT? How you doing? You're early today? I'm not. It's daylight savings. It's 12 p.m. for me, but time's changed. Where mouse? He's loading. I just turned him back on. Give me a sec. I gotta restart him every stream, basically. But how you doing, Myth? There he is. What's up? How's it going, man? Everybody's gonna think I'm early. I'm not. It's daylight savings. I should put it in the title so people are less confused. Daylight saving. Flash. More buildings. I remember this exact conversation from a year ago. Time passes quick. Yes, it's incredibly annoying. I fucking hate daylight savings. If it were up to me, okay, this would like not be a thing. It's also probably why I felt incredibly tired when I woke up this morning. I feel like my alarm went off like an hour early. So what would have been 7:45 for me was actually 6:45, like biologically. Which is why I felt so fucked. Put Women's Day in your title? No, I'm gonna personally be thanking women myself. I want every woman in chat to have a personal thank you from me. I don't want to do a general thank you to all the women. I want every woman to be thanked individually by me because I want them to know how important International Women's Day is and how much they mean to me as women. God, he's such an ally. Kim, though, I'm gonna start with you because you're the only woman that I can identify in chat. I don't know if Myth is a woman or not. I know all the other ones are dudes. So Kim, though, I just want to say thank you for being a woman. Thank you for being here. And happy International Women's Day to you, Kim Do. Thank you for your service. Hi, Avrian. Thank you to all the international women. Exactly. That's true. Do I thank the domestic women, or is it only the international women? I'm curious. Somebody let me know in the comments below. That means I gotta thank Glad, too. Ugh. Dude, my tablet is so fucking crusty right now. I don't know why. Give me a second. I'm gonna get some paper towel and some alcohol and give it a little wipe down. Slay on being women, y'all are poggers. Amen, dude. Without women, I wouldn't be here. It's true. Okay, we got some alcohol here. I might die of alcohol fumes, actually. There's a lot of alcohol. Wipe, wipe, wipe. That is fucking strong. Woo! Oh my god, dude. Can you get high on fucking alcohol fumes? You're half woman? That's true, I got that X chromosome, dude. I'm a little mudblood, a little mixed. Oh, what do I want to draw today? I should probably still do buildings. I think you know what, we're gonna probably give this building a rest, and I'm gonna open a new canvas. Unless I just expand this one. There's two options, I guess. I could expand this canvas. Oh shit, I gotta drop the Discord notification. I always forget about that. Oopsies. Let me do that. Don't die, it's bad for you, or so I've heard. I wouldn't know, I'm not a doctor. I feel like dying is probably not bad for you. It's probably good for you. Otherwise, nobody would do it, you know? Herd mentality. Someone want to test out the Songify bot? Let me see if it should be working. I'm hoping it is. I can't actually test it when I'm offline because one of the conditions of using it is being online. And so the only way for me to test it out off stream is to be online, which is not off stream. Dying gives life meaning. If no one died, everything would be boring. Would it? I feel like if you like, I don't assume I'm gonna die tomorrow, but I'm still interested in doing shit. I feel like I don't do things because I fear death. I do things just because I wanna, you know. I could get that argument maybe for some people, but for me personally, I don't feel. I feel like that's like a cliche almost. I feel like even if death was eliminated tomorrow, if I had like Wolverine's healing factor, I would still do shit, you know, and it would still be fun for me. Let me extend my canvas here. Do width 10,000. There we go. Double this bitch up. Ugh. I've still only been working on one layer on this entire drawing. Isn't that like kind of crazy? What are my other two layers doing? What's going on these layers? Oh, it's just it's a Nichijou and fucking revision shit. Okay, let's delete these layers. We don't need them. Ugh, there's still a smudge on my screen. Where's my little alcohol pad? There we go. Wipe that down. Yeah, but if you had infinite time to do everything, then none of your choices really matter because they can always be done later. And none of your choices matter anyways because you die. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like technically you might as well just die and get it over with if that's like the mentality you're going with. You know? I feel like if death is inevitable, then nothing has meaning anyways because it's just like, I'm gonna die. I don't know. I feel like you could argue it either way. I just don't know that, like, the death makes things more meaningful. Because I feel like you could also make the argument that death makes things meaningless because you're gonna die anyway. So anything I do here doesn't really, like, it matters for people in the future, but they're gonna die too. So, like, you know, who cares? Like, if we all get nuked today or tomorrow, or or if I die in 80 years, we all die. You know. You can go full nihilist and just say like things don't matter. I just feel like if your day to day is like you enjoy doing things, then just do it, you know. I don't know. Maybe I feel like I'm more optimistic in general, and I feel like even if like if all of death was cured tomorrow, I'd still probably just enjoy my life just as much. Like, I don't ever plan to die, you know, and I don't live my life around the planning of my death. Maybe I would make, you know what? If anything, I feel like there are things that I don't do because I will die. Like, I'm 30 now. I'm probably not gonna go back to med school because that's gonna take like a quarter of my life to do. But if I was immortal, maybe I would. Maybe I'd just be like, fuck it, let's become a doctor. Like, why not? You know, maybe I would do more shit because I've got more time and because I'm not gonna die. You know, I really do think like I would just do more crazy pursuits if I had more time. But because I've got limited time, I'm like, I'm always thinking like tactically and being like, oh, I gotta be fucking strategic with every fucking thing I do, because like I'm gonna die, so I can't do everything I want to do, because if I do everything I want to do, well, if I try, I'm gonna die before I do it. So I gotta choose things that I really, really, really want to do, as opposed to just doing everything I want to do. So I feel like, in a way, death makes things like more limited, you know? Whereas if I was immortal, I would probably just do more shit. And I'd probably enjoy things more because I'd be able to take more risks, you know? Like, if I get into $100,000 of student debt, what does that matter if I've got like eternity to pay it off? But then depression is inevitable if you're immortal. Yeah, but I feel like depression... Okay, well, I mean, look, I've never been, like, severely depressed, so I'm talking from a position of ignorance right now. But I feel like depression, happiness, joy, sadness, all these things they're like transient states. Unless you're like chemically depressed or something like that, you're gonna have phases in your life where you're more depressed than others. You know, I've had phases in my life where I felt like habitually depressed because I've been like stuck in some sort of pseudo limbo where I hate my life and I can't get out of like a certain cycle or whatever, and that makes me depressed. But it's not the same as like clinical depression or like chemical depression where like my brain is literally not producing those types of chemicals. So I think if you're saying like depression is inevitable, I don't know if that's a bad thing. I feel like you need the bad for the good to feel good. If I was just, well, I mean, I guess if I was happy all the time, life would be awesome because I'd be happy all the time. I don't know, but I feel like, you know, as a human, ignoring the fact that you could have like some sort like ignoring hypothetical scenarios where you're just like perfectly happy and perfectly balanced in your life at all times, which just doesn't really exist for the most part. I don't know anybody who's like 100% happy all the time. I think you need that contrast. You need the sadness. You need the depression, because then it makes the brighter days brighter. You know, I don't know. Maybe that's not true, but I feel like everything when it comes to like emotion and human behavior and just balance in life is all it all comes down to like homeostasis and like finding that emotional balance. And I think, you know, you gotta make your the bad times make the good times feel better, you know? Cack Snack, what up, Kurt? How you doing? I feel like you're not accounting for choice paralysis. If you have infinite choices, you're less likely to pick anything. I guess, but you still ultimately do pick something, right? Like if you go, let's say you go to like a pastry shop and you end up like having choice paralysis. Do you leave that pastry shop not doing anything, or do you leave with something? Sure, it might take you longer to make a decision, but you still make your decision, right? And in the scheme of eternity, who cares? Who cares if it takes longer? Who cares if you have more choices? It just means you get to try more shit and decide you don't want to do it. You know, maybe I go back to med school and I'm like, ah, fuck being a doctor. Being a doctor's lame. And then do a jiggle? Shit. You know it, dude. It do jiggle. It do jiggle, Black Knight. What's good, Quack Snack and chat? We're having a philosophical debate on whether, like, dying is essential to giving life meaning. We're starting the stream off fucking deep, dude. On this, the Day of International Women. Oh, real deep. Jadu's philosophy is that if you had eternity, and if I'm misrepresenting what you're thinking right now, Jadu, just let me know. But my understanding is that Jadu's philosophy is if we had eternity to do anything, then things lose value and meaning. Because I don't really know why. I don't think I understand that part of your argument. I don't think things lose meaning just because you have more time. I think me living 70 years versus 90 years isn't going to change the value of the things I do within that time period. And even if you extend that out 150 years or 200 years, I still think like it wouldn't have like a significant impact on like the value I get out of the things I do. I think maybe my decisions, like you say, I'd be like a little bit looser on things, and I'd give myself a little bit more of an out on certain things. But I don't know that that's bad. You know, I think if anything, that's just more freedom. Playing Cruelty Squad, coughing up my lungs. You sick, Kurt? Damn. I also feel like we're not really accounting for infinity. Like, the concept of infinity means that regardless of how long it takes, you'll do everything eventually. And when that happens, infinity continues. Eventually, you'll hit infinite boredom. Maybe. I guess in this hypothetical, in my mind, I guess you could still die. In my mind, it's just, like, my day-to-day life now, but, like, just forever. Like, let's say I just stay in my current state forever. That's sort of how I'm imagining it. I'm not imagining it where it's like, even if I shoot myself in the head because I'm eternally depressed, I can't die. Then it would really fucking suck, right? Then you're like in a Wolverine scenario where you're just like, you want to kill yourself, but you literally can't because you're immortal. That would suck. But I feel like if it's like this, where I can die, like I could still step off my balcony and just fucking splatter all over the pavement. Like I could do that. Now I won't, obviously, but I mean, like I could. And I feel like if it's that, but I'm still like alive, you know. I don't know. Like if there's still the option of dying, then I think it's, you know, it's all peachy. But I guess in a world where you're like held to live against your will, then that would suck. Then yeah, that opens up a lot of possibilities for misery. But like that also assumes like extremes where people are gonna basically like have you in eternal like cock and ball torture devices, you know, for infinity, or or you're just gonna be in a depression that you can never ever get out of. These assume a lot of extremes, right? Which are just like not the norm for human existence. So I feel like the only way that like you can assume that you'll hit infinite boredom, like you have to make an extreme assumption. Like, have you had large periods of your life already where you feel bored? If that's the case, then maybe you're more prone to infinite boredom, right? But in my case, that's not how I feel ever. I feel like I don't really get super duper bored. I can always go do shit. Even if I've done it like a million times already. Like I've gone for a walk around the same sort of area in my neighborhood probably like hundreds of times. It doesn't get more boring. I still enjoy it. You know what I mean? So I feel like I could probably do that for eternity and be satiated. But who knows? Does that make sense? I don't think that the repetition of a thing makes that thing more boring. Otherwise, like, drawing would be boring by now, but I still just keep doing it. And even if I would draw, like, the like, everything possible on planet Earth, like, I'd probably still do it. Like, how many faces have I drawn just in the last 2 years, but I still do it. I guess I could create more outcomes, but I don't know, like, I feel like my memory, because my memory isn't permanent, like, if I was a computer and I remembered everything, then I'd be like, oh, I've drawn this before. But because my memory sort of is not, like, it is finite, and there are things I will forget at a certain point, I could just keep drawing endlessly, and even if I drew it 100 years ago, I'm probably not gonna remember that, and it's just gonna feel new to me. So, like, does it really matter? I don't know. But aren't things also constantly evolving, and people continue creating those, so there'll be continuously more to understand and discover, or no? I mean, that's sort of my perspective, is because I'm a human with a human brain, my memory's limited, and so there's always going to be novelty. I can never know everything, and I can never fully get to a point where I've experienced and lived through everything, because I would eventually forget the things I've done at some point, Unless you, like, give me, like, some sort of brain chip that makes it so that my brain is permanently in a state of constantly knowing everything I've done before, and I can never forget anything, then yeah, I guess maybe at some point things would get lame. But generally speaking, I just don't think that's, like, realistic, That makes sense? That's sort of my view on it, I guess. Yeah, but then that doesn't go back to doesn't that go back to the original question? It's the limitation that provides a meaning to the things you can do, and ultimate limitation is death. No, but death is not, like, okay. Let's say Jadu, your brain is wiped blank today. You no longer remember who you are. You no longer remember your personality. You're a complete blank slate. Did you die? You know what I mean? Because I feel like every single day we lose memories, right? There are things we forget. There are things we hold on to, obviously, but there are things that we forget, and, like, it's like the ship of Theseus argument, Like, are you, like, just because, like, the version of me today is new compared to has newer experiences and has forgotten a lot of things than the 10-year-old version of me, right? Is the 10-year-old version of me dead? And if so, is that good or bad? Right? Like, it's weird to ascribe morality to these things. And I feel like death is kind of like that, where it's like, you're not really, like, you're just a different state of yourself, and that might not exist, but there are versions of you that don't exist anymore. But it's like, that doesn't hurt you. I don't know. Like, does that make sense? Maybe we're getting too deep on it, but that's sort of my view, where I feel like, I don't know, it's not like, it's not that scary to me. And so death doesn't make me, like, death is obviously a thing that I factor in with my life decisions. Like I said, I'm not going to go back to med school because I don't want to dedicate 20 years of my life trying to become, like, a surgeon or something. Even if it seems interesting to me, it's just not, like, practical to dedicate, like, fucking, like, 80% of my time studying and just being, like academically inclined and in school and just, like, no lifing shit for something that I might not like. But if I had eternity, maybe I would. You know what I mean? So I feel like, in a way, eternity also opens up a lot of options, and death kind of removes a lot of options. So, I don't know. Like, death is basically just the absence of consciousness, I guess, to humans, depending on how you perceive it. If you're perceiving it from, like, an atheistic perspective, then it's probably tied more to, like, your consciousness, your conscious stream. Whereas if you're more, like, from a religious perspective, maybe you'll perceive it more as, like, having, like, some spiritual like tether or release. Like when you die, your spirit goes off to like the afterlife or whatever. But I think like, you know, if you're coming at it from a secular perspective, which is what I am, then I would say it's probably tied to your consciousness, and your consciousness is always changing. The version of me that existed 20 years ago is dead. Like, you know, there's probably a lot of memories that I just don't have anymore that I had back then, that I had different conscious experiences that I just don't remember. You know, maybe you could say deep down, subconsciously, they're internalized inside of me, and so they form who I am today, and so they're still a part of me, and so they're not really dead. But I don't know. It's like the whole thing is like messy. I feel like it's too black and white to say that death makes things meaningless, because I don't know that it does. I don't think, you know, forgetting certain things makes things less meaningless or whatever, or, you know, having more meaning. I don't know. I just don't fucking know. It doesn't feel like, if you told me tomorrow I would live until I decide that I could die, meaning I would just have endless years to live in perfect health, in the same state, I should say, that I'm in now, I don't think it would make things more meaningless to me. I think I would still just do the shit I do. But just maybe do it slower, I guess. I think the absurdist perspective makes sense, that there isn't an inherent meaning to stuff, so any meaning you do stumble upon is arbitrary. I mean, it kind of is. I think that'd be more like the nihilistic one, where it's just kind of like nothing really matters because you're gonna die in the end, so why do anything? But I don't know. You could argue it from like 20 different angles, you know what I mean? So I've never really liked that whole argument that like death just makes things more meaningful, because I don't really feel that way. I feel like, if anything, it limits me on the things that I would do. And even if you had like some sort of eternal like Wolverine type of like immortality, where it's like you can't physically die, like that still limits you. Like, I'm not gonna go scale Mount Everest, I don't really want to die, or I'm not gonna go fucking like climb a mountain without a rope because I don't really want to die. But maybe I would do shit like that if I just had like the Wolverine healing factor, you know? So I feel like maybe in a way it's gonna restrict a lot of things. Like maybe if I'm depressed, life would suck more because I'm eternally immortal and I can't die. But at the same time, maybe like it opens up more possibilities. So one door closes, another opens type deal, you know? Hopefully you're not eternally depressed, that would suck, or eternally in like a cock and ball torture machine. I think it also pressures us into making choices that are otherwise we could just sit on our asses and do nothing. Yeah, that's true, but it also opens up the opportunity to do more long-term things that you wouldn't do because your time's limited. So you could argue it on both sides. Like, there's no wrong answer here. It really just depends on you and how you perceive things and the things that you want to do. And if you have more things in your life that you want to do that take long horizons, then, you know, you're probably going to benefit from living longer. Whereas if you're somebody who wants to do short-term meaningful things, and you feel like death empowers that, then personally for you, maybe that death is a good thing, and having death around is something that is empowering to the choices you make. But from my perspective and my personal like philosophy, I think having more time would be awesome, because I would do more shit. I'm not really somebody who can sit still. I've never been, like, I always have to be doing shit. It's part of the reason why I'm fucking injured, because I'm just always doing shit to like probably a detrimental degree. And I feel like I would just do it in other like interesting fields that I can't actually do, because I mean, I guess I can do them, but it wouldn't be smart. I would have to give up too much that I wouldn't be able to recover later on. But if I had eternity, maybe I would be able to make more friends and more relationships and all that stuff. But if I'm not able to die, I'm absolutely doing the most reckless shit constantly. I'm gonna be real. Yeah, there you go. We'd also have to have like a new punishment system though, because if you're going around like committing murder and shit, assuming you're the only person who can't die, like a life sentence is not enough. You know, we got to put you in there for eternity and shit. Otherwise, you're just gonna leave, and like 40 years and a guy who's got an eternal life is just like nothing for like a murder sentence. Anyways, all that to say, guys, I want to thank all women on International Women's Day. If you're a woman, please throw your hand up so that I can identify you and I can thank you personally. And if you don't want to do that because you think it's weird, don't. So eventually the answer will be, we can't really fully know, and it depends on the person, because no one has experienced it, so who knows if it would affect us and how we do things, more or less, yeah. The answer is we just don't know whether living forever would be good or bad. because nobody does it. Pete, wait, when did we lose 1 hour? When did we lose 1 hour? Snack, why was I never alerted today? It's daylight savings time. I feel woken. Yeah, I know, dude. That's why I felt like shit this morning. Like, I woke up and I was like, dude, I feel so goddamn sleepy. Even though I woke up like an hour later than my alarm. I'm too un-NA to comprehend daylight savings. My understanding of daylight savings is it comes back from like the day where we were basically just all agricultural farmers, and because we live in North America, business hours operated based off of the clock times, but because days got shorter and longer, um, you would have a limited window to actually sort of sell your crops. And so it fucked with the economy. And so they created daylight savings time to give people more time to market off their products and to benefit like the economy and farmers across North America. But nobody does that shit anymore other than like farmers. But you know, they're not the majority of the population anymore. And so now it just kind of tortures us and makes our sleep fucked up. But that's sort of, I think, where it comes from. Is like the days where we were mostly like agricultural farmers and you know, allowing better working conditions for farmers. That's what I think it comes from. I don't know if that's true though. I did hear that at some point. Also, my shoulder's been acting up today, so I'm gonna be kind of light. That's why I've been yapping all morning. The first half hour is just yapping, and I'm probably gonna be yapping more. Is using drones and AI for farming a thing some companies do? 100%, dude. My buddy's literally like an AI developer for like agricultural farming. What he does, he does like they do like aerial drone drive-bys and they analyze like the environment and like soil like quality and crop positioning and irrigation like routes and stuff like that, and they try and like use AI to develop more efficient um farming, I guess. I don't fucking know that. Like, this is my layman's explanation. I really don't know like the degree of shit that he does, but yeah, for sure. See, this is what we should use AI for. Yeah, I mean, it's for sure gonna help like make farming more efficient. There's a lot of positive uses for AI. The commercial uses for like farming and like social media are really, sorry, not farming. The really bad ones are basically just like, you know, the corporate uses of them, or like the social uses of them are where things are really questionable. But I don't think anybody's going to argue that if like AI tomorrow finds like a cure for cancer, that it's going to be a positive on society. You know, it's just all the bad shit that comes with it too. That's the downside. Juen, how you doing? See, why can't AI just be stuff like that? Why do we just have to decide to destroy creativity with it? I don't know, man. Don't ask me, alright? I'm just a lowly peasant. Juen, I don't know if you're a lady or not, but if you are, I want to say Happy International Women's Day. I only say this because your name's pink, and I'm being, I'm assuming genders here based off of name colors, except for Myth. Myth is for sure a dude. And I wanted to thank you personally for being a woman on this International Women's Day. Now, the question is, are you an international woman or are you a domestic woman? Because it is International Women's Day, so if you're a Canadian woman, I don't know if this applies to you. But if it does, we'll make an exception and I'll just say, I'm an ally. UK, there you go. You're international to me. I do like the idea of being pedantic and just like saying like if you're not international, it doesn't count. I know that's not how that works, but it is a funny bit to me, so I'm gonna keep running with it today. I saw once they used AI for Chinese New Year dance thing in China, which was impressive. China just wanted to show what the robots could do. I don't know what came of it because I remember my mom watching the Chinese New Year on the major Chinese network, and they said they used robots to do some dances or something, and it looked so realistic. Yeah, I think I saw that too. That's all cool and cute until they start taking our frickin' jobs, you know? By the way, I'm also doing a church here. I'm doing it from a top-down perspective though this time. I know, I'm annoying. I'm doing churches nonstop. It is what it is. I didn't know a day like that existed till today. I know Mother's Day exists, but not Women's Day. Probably depends on what side of the world you're on. Here in the West, it's definitely a thing. I think you said you were like in the Middle East or whatever. Or no, you said you're in like North Africa. I don't know if they have it there. Same with daylight savings. It's very much like a Western thing. There might be some areas outside of the West that do daylight savings, but currently on a 3 stream streak. Shit, Joanne, you make me blush. Thank you for this 3 stream streak. It's so hard to say that. 3 stream streak. Say that 10 times, dude. App name. Clip Studio Paint. I really need to get a fucking affiliate link. The amount of times I get asked that question. Be right back. Gonna go get a haircut. Go get the wash and set, big dog. I don't want you coming back unless you're fucking crispy and lined up. All right. Thanks. No worries. Shh. 777. I think the past 3 streams has been churches, but it's still cool to watch. It's gonna be churches. It's gonna be churches, and then we're gonna move on to other buildings. I might go back to doing faces just to make sure I don't get rusty and like anatomy and stuff. But generally, I want to get my building, my building design up. The reason is because I want to make a comic, but I can't really do that if I can't draw backgrounds. Normally, in a manga pipeline, they have a background artist and a character artist separately, but because I'm a one-man army, I want to do both. Be me and have a somewhat meh to terrible haircut that is just shortening of the hair. I really need a haircut, guys. My hair is getting so long. I think I'm going to go short again. I'm just kind of tired of maintaining it. I've got, like, semi-curly hair, and so because of that, my hair is, like, I gotta fucking, like, shower. I gotta, like, put gel in it. It's such a giant pain in the ass. I gotta do it every day. Why can't I breathe some other way? I don't like lungs. I heard you can actually breathe through your asshole, Kurd. I heard that. I don't think it's like efficient enough to like have you live like underwater if you were just like walking around with like a snorkel in your butt. But you can breathe through your ass technically. So there are other ways. What? Google it, dude. I'm not making this shit up. I swear to God. You know, but don't blame me if you see some weird stuff. Like a sea cucumber. Yeah, like, exactly. Like a sea cucumber. Nak, I saw the Marvel 616 documentary episode on Japanese Spider-Man and it blew my mind. The amount of effort it makes to take a show, to make a show with a shoestring budget is dope. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Usually if you have a shoestring budget, it just comes down to whipping your animators and making them your slaves for a little bit. I hope they enjoy unpaid overtime. I speak from experience. I hate having haircuts. Barbers scare me. My hair is an Amazon forest ever since I spawned on Earth. You probably just have curls, dude. If you're North African, you just got curls. I'm telling you, look up the curly girl method right now, and it'll change your life. If you got curly hair, dude, you need to like you need to get your product game up. Trust me. It's not gay. It's not gay to have good grooming, okay? I just have really long straight hair. I can't cut it though. It's part of my brand. Straight hair sounds nice. I can't relate. My hair is like very wavy. I have like the stereotypical like hockey guy hair where it's like all like curly. My flow is kind of like fucked up though. It's a little bit more uh curly than just a flow. The back is like very flowy, and then everything else is kind of just like something like that. There you go. Japanese Spider-Man was live action. They had a dude climb up the Tokyo Tower for the intro with no lifeline. Insane. They had the dude run through a minefield for his action scenes. Okay, well, I don't think they did, like, actual mines. That sounds crazy. I like how your nose gets bigger every time you draw yourself. Does it? I feel like this is actually smaller than the normal version. Whenever I draw myself, it's usually, like, something like this. And I think I'm just gonna go back to having short hair, dude. It just makes my life so much easier to have my hair, like, be short, you know? Right now, it's too long. It's, like, too much to manage. What a smolder? Yeah, that's my blue steel. Actually, I have a mustache right now. I should probably add that, too. I don't have short hair, though. Fuck. There you go. Mushi Mushi, thank you for the follow. I know it's Mui Mushi, but Mushi Mushi sounds nice. Also, Tricks Oddly, thank you for the follow. I didn't thank you earlier because I was being rude, and I think we were talking about eternal life. But I do thank you. And if any of you are women, I want to thank you for being women on this International Women's Day. This only applies to international women because it's International Women's Day, so if you live in Canada, I'm sorry, you're gonna have to wait for Domestic Women's Day. But no, I am an ally regardless. Japanese Spider-Man was such a revolutionary show before they didn't have the superhero toku genre and mechs. Dude, I've never seen it in my life. You're welcome, Symphony. You're not a woman. Stop trying to steal their limelight today, dude. If you were a woman, it would be the craziest twist on this channel. There's sometimes when I find out like what a person's like or who they are, it blows my mind because I have to create the image of you guys in my head when you guys are talking. How come you're so sure? You never saw me? I'd be willing to bet probably my entire life savings that you're a man. We know Snack's a different gender based on the VTuber. Exactly. And to be more specific, you're a boy, not a man. Because you're a young man. But you are male. If I get 20 subs on YouTube, I'll do a face. I'll do my face as a profile picture for a month. Go ahead. Jwen, flat is back. Ah, sweet release. Kind of, Jwen, not to call you out, but it's kind of fucked up. Put the glasses on. They're on. Pete, they're already on. Jwen, I just want to say, removing my breasts on this International Women's Day is kind of fucked up. I'm just saying. I need to take your boobs away, man, because it's not your day. I'm just trying to show solidarity, okay? I'm putting myself through what women deal with every day. A little bit of back pain for snack is a small price to pay to show my allegiance. Miyatato, thank you for the follow. Do a jiggle? Shit. You know it, do. You know it, do. Do a jiggle? It already be jiggling. Speak French, 1 minute. Ok. Il est quelle heure? Il est midi 41. J'ai vraiment faim aujourd'hui. J'ai pas mangé avant de commencer mon stream, donc je suis comme un peu affamé, hein, franchement. Puis je sais pas quoi manger pour mon dîner. Je pense que je vais me faire comme une sandwich au thon, quelque chose de même, avec de la mayo et la sauce Frank's. À part de ça, j'ai pas de fromage, mais j'ai du pain. Je sais pas si je vais faire un wrap ou si je vais faire comme du pain blanc ou quelque chose de même, juste dans le toaster ou whatever. Ouais. Honnêtement, j'aurais dû vraiment manger avant de commencer mon stream parce que j'ai comme super faim en ce moment. J'arrête pas de penser de quelque chose à manger. Peut-être que je vais me prendre une banane ou quelque chose après que j'ai fini de parler en français. Mais sandwich de quoi? Une sandwich au thon. Toaster? Ouais, toaster. Fromage de quel genre? Ben, j'ai pas de fromage en ce moment. Donc, je pense que si je me fais une sandwich, ça va être sans fromage. Puis, honnêtement, dude, le thon puis le fromage, ça va pas très bien ensemble. Cécile? Fuck. J'ai fucké ta mère. Rouge fromage? J'ai pas de fromage dans le fridge, man. C'est juste, mon fridge est vide. Alright, guys, I think it's definitely been over a minute. I think I did over a minute. Talking about making a sandwich has made me so fucking hungry. I kind of do want to go. I'm gonna go get a little banana. I'm just gonna get a little banana, okay? You guys got me talking about bread and shit. Be right back. Bananas are honestly so goated, dude. I fucking love bananas, dude. You're hungry? Well, I'm fasting and talking about food. I didn't eat this morning at all. Did you not wake up early to do your I can't remember what it's called. Is it Sunna or whatever? Thura? Sahur, that's where it is. Sahur. I had an exam, of course I woke up early. Okay, so you ate for your sahur, right? So you've eaten more than I have today. I haven't eaten since yesterday at fucking like 8 p.m. So if anything, I've been fasting longer than you, bro. Get your fast up, dog. What the fuck is sahur? Sahur. The morning meal time. That's right. I just broke my fast. Bismillah. Banan. You win this round. Always do. Mashallah, brother. Mashallah. Ramadan be with you. I'm just making shit up now. That's all I know. Okay, this is pretty wide on the front here. I finished my first animation commission last night? Hell yeah, dude. Very nice. You're officially a professional. I'm trying to draw without internally rotating my shoulder, and it's incredibly difficult. That's why I'm getting all these fucking wobbly lines. I really should just bend over and like shrimp. And look how perfectly straight and crisp that line is. The issue is it's gonna fuck me up long term, so I gotta figure out a way to draw from my shoulder. So if you see me doing the same line 50 times in a row, I'm really trying to be a good boy today and not fuck my shit up. I have a feeling that whoever reads my philosophy essay I wrote for my exam will have a seizure. I wrote absolute loopholes. I don't know if I want to know what these loopholes are, dude. I don't know what you... I don't want to know what you consider moral loopholes. That concerns me. Everybody, put your hands up. Everybody. Stairs. I posted up the animation in the Discord. Hell yeah, dude. Let me take a little peeky poo. What do we got here? Oh, nice. Little rabbit landing. Very dope. What's it for? Bro, chat has no mercy. One of my mods ran a poll on unmodding NFT, and everybody except for I think like me voted yes. Luckily, I choose. It's for a Twitch sub animation? Hell yeah, dude. Red Velvet's currently on a 3-stream streak. Everybody's on a 3-stream streak. It makes it very difficult for me to say. NFT's useless. He is the least present mod, I will say. He also doesn't have mod power on Twitch because he refuses to take it because it would mean losing his VIP. He also, to make fun of him even more, he got VIP as a consequence of just being here when I had like 3 viewers. So he's just grandfathered in. He was there before I made VIP like $100,000 like purchase. Or a $100,000 snack coin purchase. Symphony, an NFT lover? Hell yeah, dude. Based. I probably should actually use a grid for this. I think I'm gonna add a grid. And then I'm gonna just sort of box my thing out with a grid. I'm basically doing this, but from a top-down perspective. He's the chillest mod. Yeah, because he's not here. He doesn't ever do anything. It's very easy to be chill when you're not in chat. Streams tweak. Exactly. Alright, guys. I'm gonna... What is the next ad? 16 minutes? Fuck. I gotta piss. And I'm so hungry. I had a banana, but it basically just teased me, and now I'm so hungry. Let me set up a grid before I do anything. Let me set up a grid. Select... How the fuck do I do this again? View. Select. Ruler. Create perspective ruler. We're gonna do 2-point. We're gonna move the horizon line. Maybe lower? Yeah, it'd be way lower. We're gonna move the horizon line lower. Come on, you fucking thing. We're gonna add a grid here. Wish there was a way to do like a ceiling plane. Whatever. Not important. No. I'm gonna move this VP way out there. Something like that, roughly. This vanishing point, do I like its positioning? I can make it a little wider. Go eat and piss. 1/3 of the way to the VIP team. Damn. Hell yeah, dude. The trap is that nobody's actually redeemed it yet, other than Boba, but he gave it to Star Queen. And then, but nobody actually redeems it, because all they do is redeem fucking Do a Jiggle all stream. Everybody who should be a VIP by now is, like, also somebody who redeems Do a Jiggle, like, 10 times a stream. Which, you know, that adds up, dude. Every Do a Jiggle is 1,000 channel points. If you do that 10 times, that's 10,000 channel points. That's 10% of the way to VIP. People do that shit every stream. I have enough points for another VIP gift? That's crazy, dude. Yeti, currently on a 3 stream streak. Everybody's on a fucking 3 stream streak. I've said this 3 times now. 3 times the charm. May I be VIP? Boba, stop giving VIP. I'm gonna make it a rule so people can't be giving out VIP. I don't know that I really like that you could just give somebody else VIP. What happened 3 streams ago? I have no idea. It was Friday, maybe. It's probably just this weekend, basically, because this is the 3rd stream this weekend. So if you just discovered me on, like, Friday, which is possible, I think Dwen's relatively new, right? I think I'm gonna lower the horizon line more. I just don't know how. Why won't it let me select? Move, bitch! Okay. Okay, there we go. It's not really what I want, though. I want to move the horizon line without... Select. Oh, I don't want to do that. Okay, there we go. That's what I want to do. We're going to just lower it so it's in the positioning that I was already kind of doing. Boom, 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 boom. Can I get a shout out for International Women's Day? I want to say, actually, Mr. Lazy is also on a 3 stream streak. What is happening? I want to say, if you're a woman, please let me know, because I want to thank you personally on this International Women's Day. That being said, I just want to clarify, I'm only thanking international women, so if you live in Canada, you count as domestic, and you're not getting a thank you. But just know, deep down in my heart, I still feel like you deserve this day and this recognition. But it's only International Women's Day, and so we'll have to come back on Domestic Women's Day. Happy International Women's Day and happy 3 stream streak. Kat Soren over on YouTube. How you doing, Kat? Sup? Not much. Chilling. Prepping a grid, and then I'm going to do another church from a top-down perspective. Or a bottom-up, I should say, perspective. But before I do that, I might run some ads, because I'm going to go pee and make a tuna sandwich. Okay, guys, I'll BRB, okay? Give me 5 minutes. And I'm back. I brought my tuna sandwich. Gotta find a spot to eat it though. My tablet's taking up my whole second here. Yum. I know. Bismillah, chat. We're digging it. WBWB. I don't know what that means. What does that mean? Welcome back. Ah. So it's just bread, butter, an egg, tuna and mayo, salt and pepper. It's like the best quick sandwich ever. Snack, you really need to start eating real food. Sounds to me like you've been surviving on sandwiches for a while now. What do you mean? It's not healthy for you? What do you mean? Healthy's relative. There's no bad foods, dude. Also, I have carrots all the time. And oranges. I had a banana earlier. I got a diverse diet, alright? I need to wipe my face down, though. I got a carrot just for Symphony. Symphony wants me to eat fucking grass every day. Doesn't want me to eat anything with bread. My diet is mostly fruit, vegetables, and sandwiches, which is true. But the sandwich meat is always diverse. The breads are always diverse. I have like whole grain wraps that I use. I have, you know, like regular bread. It just depends. Sometimes I make pasta. I've got a range of foods that I eat, but they're very consistently the same. I'm not a big soup guy. I always feel like it's just not like a complete meal. Oops. I tapped my mic with my carrot. Oopsies. I'm not a big soup guy. I'm not even like I'm not a big pasta guy either. Or like ramen. I don't find them like hearty enough. I'm always like hungry like an hour or two later, you know? Fuck. I was doing that. I'm trying to get the snap of that grid. There you go. It's less important, at least this is my philosophy. It's less important what you eat and more the range of things you eat. So, if you probably shouldn't just eat lentils, you know, flat is back. Oh, release. You probably shouldn't just eat lentils. If you're eating like lentils as well as fruit and stuff like that, then you know you're probably doing fine. Like, I put spinach in my sandwiches a lot of the time. I'm out of spinach right now though because I ate it all, but it really just, it's more important, I think, to have, like, diversity in what you eat, rather than... Oh, fuck, did I not run an ad earlier? Shit. Spinach Popeye, exactly. Spinach Poppy. Yo, does somebody want to queue up a song and see if it works? I don't know if there have been any song requests today, but I don't know if the bot's working or not. There you go, it worked. The building's too big. Oops, I missed my garbage. You ever watch Ranma? No, I haven't. I've heard of it. I've never watched it, though. I'm gonna make this smaller. It's just, like, too... Oh, it's too big. I don't need it to all fit on the canvas, but I do want some of it to fit on the canvas, you know? Okay. How does this look? Okay, we need a very pointy roof. Oh, I got a mustache hair in my mouth. Ugh. Hey, how are you? How's it going, Purple? By the way, do I call you Purple or Pearl Poi? I feel like Pearl Poi is so hard to say. And I think on Discord you were Purple, right? Borple. That's honestly easier to say. Purple. There you go. I'm eating chocolate mint ice cream. Hell yeah, dude. Chocolate mint goes hard. One of my friends thought we didn't have mint Oreos in Canada. I don't know why they thought that, but we certainly do. Are they good? Yeah, they're good, dude. Mint, like, we're talking about the Oreos. How's it going, Kron? Kron drawn? Is that a weed joke? Are you a weeder? I like the thin Oreos. Nah, I like it thick in my mouth, dude. I'm not about anything. Any cookie has to be chunky. I wish pomegranate and honey. I'm not a big pomegranate guy. I think I'm a big volume eater, and I hate having to like fucking dissect my food. It takes too long, and it frustrates me when I'm eating. I just want to shove it all in my mouth as fast as possible. I think this needs to be arched a little lower. I get that. Yeah, it's like chips. Like, you know how some people eat like one chip at a time? I'm like a triple or quadruple like pincher, you know? I gotta get several chips in there. I'm heading off. Have fun with the art, dudes. Will do. Thank you for popping in, dude. See you next time, Myth. Also, Sade, I'd like to wish you an International Women's Day, unless you live in Canada, in which case you're a domestic woman and would not apply to you, but... Well, if it isn't my favorite online Reddit, ooh woo. Making a church today looks... I'm choking on my own spit. Looks good so far. I'm making a church. I started off with sort of this little front study, and then I did a little 3/4 top down, and now I'm doing a 3/4 bottom up. I'm gonna move on from churches, but I just kind of want to really get comfortable with churches because I probably will have to draw them quite a bit. So, or you know what I could do after this? I could just take my church and then try to make like a unique church out of it. You know. There are also like towers back here that I never did, but I studied churches myself to design the mausoleum space. Dope, dude. Yeah, I find like churches are just some like Gothic churches in particular are like some of the most aesthetically appealing buildings you could design. Personally, I find. I just find them so dope, you know? I'm not like a particularly religious dude, but I just really like the architecture. So many fun shapes and swoops. Yeah, it's kind of frustrating though how many there are. They're also really fucking difficult to do, you know? I'm trying to work big right now and just messy, and then we'll tie things down as we go. Me either. I use churches purely ironically as a demon streamer. Oh, you bad. You bad, Nox. Same. Ben and Jerry's or Haagen-Dazs or Baskin Robbins. Look, if it comes normally, if price isn't an issue, I'm going Ben and Jerry's. If I'm trying to be economical, I feel like I want to say Baskin Robbins is cheaper. I just don't have a lot of access to Baskin Robbins, so I usually just get some name brand shit from whatever store I'm at. I feel like I just don't notice the taste enough to pay the extra, like, fucking $10 the Ben & Jerry's charges for, like, half the size. Snack none when? I wonder. I wonder if that would go over well. It's bad enough that on this International Women's Day, I don't have my tits out to support women. Maybe I should. Maybe I should bring out the titties. Just like as a sign of allyship. Just to know that we're all in it together. Do it jiggle? It do. It be jiggling. There you go. Thank you. I feel like a kindred spirit already. Also, thank you to all women. Again, I just want to say, I'm sorry for being a man. I am part woman. I have an X chromosome, as somebody in chat mentioned earlier. So I'm not fully evil. But I do what I can, you know? I donate my boobs to you and call it gender-affirming care for both of us, but I don't think they deliver the desired effect. I don't know if I really want boobs. I got shoulder and back problems as it is. I don't know if I need more weight on my chest. I'm part woman from my mom's side. Me too. Well, technically your dad has an X chromosome. I don't know how, I really don't know how that works. Do you get like a mix of both, or is it just like one or the other? I'm a girl? Thank you, Purple, for being a girl on this International Women's Day. Without women, I wouldn't be here. It's true. Now, the question is, are you an international woman or a domestic one? Because it matters. We don't want to be attributing value to domestic women. Only the international women. We're gonna have to get a different day for that. Speaking of women, Cryptid Kitchen, how's it going? Happy International Women's Day. I'm personally thanking all the women individually. Without women, shonen would be so boring. Yes, because of all the awesomely written women in shonen. My favorite is Sakura, personally. Such depth to that character. I'd rather be a man so I wouldn't suffer from this monthly biological torture. I got nothing to say. I'm an empath, so I'm sympathizing with you on this one. I feel your pain. Happy Women's Day snack, thank you. I've got my tits out in solidarity. Honestly, every Women's Day there should be a clinic in town simulating period cramps for men. I'm never voting for you for president, dude. Holy shit. You're just turning International Women's Day into International Torture Men Day. If you were a real ally, you'd do it live on stream. I'm a performative ally. I do it just for the clout. International Men's Suffering Day. I ball my fist every time a woman has a period near me, dude. I could tell just because of my empathic traits, and it bothers me so much. Happy Women's Day and happy Self-Care Sunday. Is it also Self-Care Sunday? It's also fucking daylight savings. So my stream's an hour early and my sleep is an hour early too. So I feel like shit. 100k channel points and we get to increase the pain level? No, because I feel like Boba would just like make you guys combine your points and torture me for like hours on end. You just got to give them the extra gross details. Look, the amount of times I've heard women describe like passing like period clots as jellyfish, I'm good, dude. I did my tour, all right? I'm a veteran now. I don't need to serve anymore. I'm ovulating right now. That's so woman of you, dude. Like strawberry jam. I'm surrounded by women. This was funny for a little bit, now I'm scared. Okay, but the clots aren't even the worst part. I hear they're the best. I hear they're like the most satisfying part. As a man, the only thing I can imagine it's similar to is like pulling a root booger, you know? You know the ones that are like really deep in your nose and you pull it out and it's just like instant like fucking... Just instant... Like the canal is empty now, you know? You're renewed. Goopy. I fucking hate that, dude. By the way, the music bot's working, so if any of you ladies want to put on some music honoring women today, you're more than welcome to. I won't stop you. Why are your chats filled with nasty girls? I don't know, dude. I don't make the rules, alright? I think it's part of being a VTuber in, like, an art sphere, you know? It just kind of comes with the territory. I've accepted it. It started off where my chat was, like, 90% gay men. Like, when I first started streaming, it was all gay dudes. And now it's all ladies. And the occasional straight guy, for some reason. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. Hell yeah, Kim, though. I feel like I should stop flipping as much. I flip my canvas so goddamn much, dude. It's like a problem. Am I my own demographic now? Huge. Oh, we've got all kinds here. I've always said, we're not a safe space, but we are an inclusive space. Blood clots feel like the booger thing you said, except you don't pull it out, so it's always a bit like you spontaneously shit your pants. Even better. Do you all like chat time? I'm not a big bubble tea guy. I don't hate chat time. I'll go if like other people are like, you want to go get bubble tea? But I'm never gonna be like out of my way being like, I should get a bubble tea. On a less gross note, how goes the building studies? It's alright. I like kind of ran out of room on this back building here. So now I'm just doing it from a top or bottom up perspective. And a little bit bigger to see if I can focus in on some of the details rather than doing it super minuscule. I don't know that I'm really, like, I wouldn't put any of these drawings inside of a comic. I just don't think it's, like, at the level of appeal that I'm happy with. It doesn't strike me as a very professional level of appeal yet, so... What do you mean by safe space and inclusive space? I mean inclusive as in everybody can be here. I mean not safe as in everybody catches these hands, you know? Anyway, coming to Canada to get my uterus removed since the US hates trans people more than usual. Tragic. I guess, do we, like, how does that work? Do you go to, like, I know Quebec has, like, private institutions, but I don't really know how it works, like, in the rest of Canada. Because private healthcare is, like, not super duper common here. I don't like when you're chilling and your period decides to flood out of your body. Hate that, dude. I was so close to breaking my fast, and then I suddenly got my period. This truly is International Women's Day. I'm so out of my depth on these conversations, guys. I can't relate to any of this. All right. It's on to me. Worst thing is when you sneezed on your period. And then the jellyfish come out. Let me get rid of this. When it's finished and you think you get a few days after the brown sludge. I feel like this is like worse than any shit conversation we've had. At least for me, just as a man. In all sincerity, I live in a pretty good state and will probably get my shit deleted fairly easily. But as far as I know otherwise, traveling to Canada isn't actually the most feasible option. You're better off traveling within the US to doctors who are willing to overlook the mountain of paperwork. Trans people in Canada are still subjected to a decent amount of microaggressions at this time. It's possible. Again, very much out of my depth. Fuck. I have some, like, a couple of my friends are trans. I have one female to male friend who's trans, and he seems to have, like, transitioned, like, fairly early on. I've known him my entire life as, like post-transition, so... And then I have one male to female friend. Sneezing on your period feels like you're a squid shooting out ink. Why am I straight, dude? Yeah, sorry, ball haver. It's period talk day. Look, this is your day, ladies. I'm just honored to be a part of it, okay? I'm confused, but mostly honored. We could talk about man's issues too, I guess. I like being chained up all the time. Oh, wait. I misread that. That is not what you said. Like being chained up all the time. That was actually a fumble, dude. No, we will not talk about men's issues today. We'll save it for the ladies. This is you guys can talk about your gushing vaginas all day long. I don't care, okay? Go crazy. This is your moment. Seize it. All men lock your chastity cages today. Mine's on fucking like ninth gear every single day, dude. Chained up, swallowed the key. I'm staying pure, dude. Nobody's touching this virginity. The perfect Aztec sacrifice. Is Snack a burger virgin? I don't know what a burger virgin is. I don't touch ladies, dude. It's icky. We don't do that. Definitely not today either. Does anyone ever feel like your period's over because your pads seem clean and a few days later it leaks again for a day till you're completely clean? Like the leftover? No. You can't call women icky on International Women's Day? You're right. My bad. I'm gonna flagellate myself off stream as a punishment, as penitence for what I've just said. I didn't mean it, ladies. I'm sorry. You guys are not, you know, painting the prettiest picture right now, but I get it. Snack must now be flogged by 6 women for his crimes. Now you guys are just projecting, dude. It ain't gonna happen. I'm thinking my breasts are riling up Chad a little too much. Maybe I put them away. Thank God I'm not a woman, a secret evil third thing that's somehow worse sometimes. Just be whatever makes you happy, dude. Anyway, this church. Yeah, this church is mid right now. I'm struggling. And I think it's like the top bit is like too short. I'm gonna lower it quite a bit, actually. And narrow it, too. I don't like the proportions right now. Would any women here be interested in having a child? We're gonna have a snack chat baby going on here? What's going on here? I don't know if this is self-promotion or not. Or like a surrogacy business. Are you a lady? I'm interested in having a child. I don't know if I really want kids, dude. I don't know if I'm a kid guy. I think if I had one accidentally, then I guess I'm a dad. But beyond that, I don't think I'd ever, like, intentionally try to have a kid, you know? It's not really my thing. I'm too selfish. I just like doing shit that doesn't involve taking care of, like, a kid. And it's not been like a thought. Like everybody that I know that like wants kids and genuinely like should have kids are people that think about it all the time. And they're always just like, I want a kid. Like it's a thing, like they've known it their whole life. I feel like if you have to debate it, probably don't want a kid. Like every now and then the idea of having a kid sounds nice, but then like the reality sets in where I'm like, oh man, like I'm at work right now. What would I do with my kid? You know, I guess they go to daycare or whatever, but then it's like I gotta bring them to daycare. Like, I don't know. There's so many more inconveniences in life as a consequence of having a kid. There's a lot of positives too, but I just don't want a kid that bad. I'm probably gonna stay kidless, hopefully. Pregnancy seems like actual body horror, and I will pass on that forever. It does seem like these days the trend is really just not having kids, and I think you know it's a mix of a bunch of stuff: cost of living, culture. I think people downplay how much there's been a cultural shift in people like wanting kids. Like I think everybody sort of saw their parents constantly struggling, and they're like, "Why the fuck would I want that?" I always hear the argument that like you know people aren't having kids because of the economy and shit, which is probably partly true. But I do think it's more like a generational cultural thing now. The same way that like you know in the Great Generation, divorce was just like not a thing, even if you hated each other. Whereas like in the Boomer generation, divorce became a bit more common, and then Gen X became a bit more appropriate too, as you moved away from like the religious pressures. And I feel like kids is kind of like that, where I feel like, you know, a lot of our generation, or my generation in particular, has just like, it's like, why would I want that these days? But if you feel in your heart of heart and you really want a kid, bang him out, baby. Literally. Being 30, I feel like I need to decide. Yeah. My dad had me pretty late. I guess he was like 37 when he had me. But he also had my sister when he was like 19. All that to say, I don't fault people for wanting kids. I just don't think I don't want them. I don't think I'm a kid guy. But come on, Snack, don't you want a father-son, father-daughter connection with a little gremlin? I cannot explain to you how much I have no desire for that at all. There's like maybe a blip of a moment in like the course of like, there's 12 months in a year. There's probably like a 5-minute time period on an annual basis where I'm like, you know what? Having a kid's kind of cool. And it usually is followed by me like, you know, seeing a parent interact with a kid or something like that. And then I'm like, oh, that seems nice. And then, like, all of the reality comes flooding into my brain. I'm like, why the fuck would I want that? That sounds, like, horrible. I just don't care enough. I don't, like, I have no strong desire to have a bond with a child. I also feel like I'm just, like, not... I'm somebody who's, like, bad with codependency. I'm like, very, very much, like, a solitary person. I like my own independence, and I don't like having things challenge that very much. And a kid would be like the ultimate form of that. And so, you know, I recognize that I'm selfish, and I just don't want kids. Probably. Who knows what the future will hold, but it's just not really in the cards for me in terms of interests. I've considered many times adopting a late teen if I ever truly get the itch, but like to be honest, I've raised enough people in my life to be satisfied. Fair. I also feel like, you know, the modern meta is like your kid's probably not moving out with you till like they're really old now. You know, as the economy becomes more and more shit, I'm just gonna have like a 30-year-old dude in my apartment. I guess I'm the only guy here who wants kids. A lot of people in the West don't really want kids these days. Probably more than there are probably more people that don't want kids than do. And you could tell because our population's declining. But that's a different story. I like my alone time too much for all that. That's kind of like me too, dude. I don't like, it stresses me out having to, like, cater to other people constantly. I also feel like I get, like, I feel like I have, like, strong purpose outside of, like, children, that I don't feel like I need children. You know what I mean? Like, it's not to say that, like, everybody gets their purpose from kids, but a lot of people do feel having kids is, like, purposeful for them. And that's not a bad thing. This isn't like me ascribing some sort of negative thing to that. But I just don't think that that's where my source of purpose comes from. I have a lot of stuff in my life that makes me feel fulfilled, and I don't need children for that. And me dying without kids is not going to change the way I feel about that. I'll name him Mohammed Osama ibn Ismail ibn Yahya bin Moses Sbi Amir the 11th. No snack in there? Come on, dude. Your dog won't ask you for an iPhone every time a new one drops. No, but he will stare at. I would get a dog. I am a fucking dog lover, dude. I love dogs so fucking much. It's crazy. Dogs are the sickest creatures ever created. Honestly, dude, if there is a god, he peaked with dogs. Edited. I'd like to have kids in the future, but I'm traumatized by my mom's story about how her eyes went white back when she was giving birth to me, and I doubt my capability of being a mother. We got good drugs these days, you know? I'm sure you can, I don't know. If it's just the birth part that's scary, but you really, really want kids, it's like, I mean, it is like 9 months, but it is also like the actual giving birth part is like a blip in the time of having a child, you know? So, I guess just weigh your odds and see how much you want a kid versus how much you're afraid of that. But just know that it's a thing that happens all the time in like hospitals all around the world, and it's a thing that humans are very good at managing. And despite the fact that there are still like cases where, you know, people die and accidents happen, it's relatively rare in developed areas outside of like extreme circumstances. Like, I get excited when my partner goes to work on the weekends because I get the apartment to myself for a bit. My generational trauma stops with me. I'll never name the girl Snack. It's probably for the best, dude. You can name her Cat, like short for Catherine, or something like that. That'll work. I'm having a baby and it's a mouse. Lego Bimbo, how's it going? Agreed. What a Rolundinium. Rolundinium. What a name. We'll figure that out later. Dogs are high-key man-made. Best thing we ever did, dude. Whatever they are, wherever they came from, I don't care. They're goated. My dog is my son. I gave birth to him. I love my dog like a son. You gave birth to a litter. A litter of one. Me and my cat. Pop-Tart babies, they can just cut them out. It's true. Gotta fill my belly with food. Peace out. Well, on brand, I guess. Hello, everyone. What up, Lego Bimbo? How you doing? I'm home alone with my dog, watching Snack, eating snacks. The way God intended. Rolandinium. Little emote. Snackus Julius Mousette. You have my blessing. I was gonna make a joke that you can make me the godparent, but I feel like with the amount of people here, there's a chance that that happens. And I don't need to be like godparent to like a bunch of Twitch babies. What up, Neon? How you doing? Snackimus Maximus Jr. Yif. Nancy, you gooning in chat again, dude? I'll let it happen because it's International Women's Day. But normally, we wouldn't allow that. Witch babies. It's annual Nancy Goon Time Day. Annual. Nancy, I've known you for a month, and you're like the #1 gooner here, dude. Outside of maybe Piss. Piss is also a pretty big gooner. He talks about feet, like, way too much. Only Spotify links for song requests, or no? Yeah, just Spotify. The way the bot's set up is it pulls from Spotify. So if you drop like YouTube links and shit, it'll just it'll probably just drop that into like the Spotify search and just pull up some random shit. So that you can type in the name of the song, but there is like a risk that if it's like some obscure song, that it just pulls some random shit. So I'd say if you want to play it safe and you don't want me like manually pulling things out of the queue because like they were accidentally put in. Probably best to go with the link. I'm honored. I thought Piss was a girl. Piss is a girl. Now I need to find a man, preferably in his late 30s, early 40s, with a stable occupation. Yeah, you and me both, dude. I'm trying to not work anymore, okay? At all costs. Girls can be gooners. It's International Women's Day. Did I ever say they couldn't? Why are you putting that shade on me, Kim, though? I never said that. Ladies, what's your favorite thing to goon to? This is not me asking, by the way. I'm reading a chat message right now. I want to clarify that. Snack, when I'm rich, I'll come in here and give you a little milli because I like you. Goon away, dude. You just buy your ticket to Goontown. Not you, Snackington, but it is suspicious that you believed I was talking to you so easily. What? I never assumed anything, dude. I'm trying to stay as far out of this conversation as possible. I'm just reading things out. I'm doing my streamer duty, okay? Any assumptions on my intentions around anything are pure projections by chat, and they have nothing to do with me. But I'm glad you projected that, Kim, though. It shows your true colors. Are the colors pretty at least? Yeah, sure, they can be. I'll allow it. Oh my fucking god. What's a little milli? $1,000,000. What colors? Okay, we're getting like very philosophical now. These are basically it's like an expression. True colors. I don't know what the origin is, but it's basically like someone's true intention. Like let's say somebody's somebody always acts super nice and sweet all the time, and they always act like they're the kindest person ever. But behind the scenes, they're an actual asshole. And then one day you see them being an actual asshole, you could say like, ah, you've revealed your true colors to me, Like, that's what that means. It's just basically saying like, I perceived you one way, but now I see your actual color. I see the way you are as a person, This needs to be wider. I think this needs to be way wider. I'm doing it way too narrow. Guys, the temptation to just go draw people is really fucking high. I'm so tired of drawing buildings. I dyed my hair today and my eyebrows, and I think I might look chopped. What color? What if I'm being genuinely nice and then someone who hates me tries to frame me as the bad person by trying to find something they can twist out of me? Like, are you asking me if there's an expression for that? I don't know. It's just like they're like a snake in the grass, or something like that. I don't really know. One people as a treat. Fuck. One people. What do you mean? I'm trying to understand. Is that a reference to something I said? Treat yourself and draw some women. It's International Women's Day. Alright, fine. No, I can't. I have to study buildings. Women live in buildings too, They provide shelter and safety. You said you want to draw people. Oh, I see one. Oh, I get you. Can't, dude. I couldn't. Am I bad enough, dude? Could I do it? Am I feeling naughty, chat? No, I can't. Stop being temptresses. Stop trying to stray me from my path, dude. Does that make me bad, or is that a person, or does that make me bad, or is that person simply an asshole? I mean, if somebody's manipulating your like reputation with like false information, they're probably the asshole, dude. I mean, if they're like, I don't know, that's like a really nuanced. I would need like a full on scenario, I don't think I can diagnose if somebody's an asshole based off of like a niche. Like, I just don't know. There needs to be more contextual information there for me to say one way or the other. And I don't want to start ascribing chatters as assholes, even though some of you are. I won't say who, though, but some of you are. I'm just kidding, by the way. I don't think anybody's an asshole. If it makes you feel any better, my first attempt at green hair looked like actual snot. Is that true? I've never dyed my hair in my life, guys. Ever. I mixed different greens together and I was hoping for a forest vibe, but it's looking a bit more like boogies. Uh-oh. It's okay, you could say it's Symphony. I plead the fifth. I think everybody's lovely in their own way. A gradient will help, darker at the roots, lighter at the end. When I was a kid, I wanted to dye my hair orange. Thank God I never did that. I've had orange hair. It's a fun color. I feel like it's... I know you guys don't know what I look like, but I promise you it would just not work. Like a carrot. Like a carrot. You're making me want to eat another carrot. Aw, you're lovely too, snacky wacky baby. Thank you. I'm sure your hair doesn't look like boogers. I'm sure you look great. I've had orange hair, it's fun color, but that I've had orange hair too, years ago. Everybody's dyed their hair. I'm so boring in comparison. Snack said I'm lovely and sexy, cool, hot, and not annoying or an asshole. Pass it on. I'm gonna need fucking screenshots for that, dude. I don't know where that came from. I think now I'm experiencing what Purple's experiencing. My character's being slandered a little bit. The only people I call those things, okay? The only person, actually, that I ever say those things to is Nancy's mom. And everybody knows that. I would never say it to anybody else. Which one? Dealer's choice. I haven't dyed my hair either. Don't worry. Do you have dark hair? It's not that well, actually, it is that I would never dye my hair. But even if I did, I feel like because of how dark my hair is, it would be like, it would probably just get fucked up. Probably. Like my hair is not black, but it's basically black. It's like pretty dark. Yeah, my hair's basically black. Twinsies. Oh, a tall, dark, and handsome mouse. I'm not that tall. I'm like average height. I'm 5'8", which is respectable in some parts of the world, and short in others. I'm kind of in height limbo. I'm in the height limbo. I'm not short enough to be short, but I'm not tall enough to be tall. It's a weird world to exist in. My height? Hell yeah. Did you know PK is also 5'8"? For some reason, he looks like he's like 6 feet. He's just got like that slender build. But we're like the same height. It's crazy. That's a giant to me. It's his aura. It's true. He does have tall vibes. He does. I also think like if you're like a slender dude, you just kind of look taller, you know? It's also very weird where some people like feel taller like just based on their personality despite not being like particularly tall. Did you watch his Resident Evil playthrough? I was lurking, but I joined in after Cryptid raided in. So I only caught like the little end bit. I didn't stick around for the whole thing. I pop in and out. Like the way I usually lurk in streams is I'll keep like I'll keep two streamers up pretty much all the time that I know that are like streaming. And then I'll pop in and out depending on what I'm doing. I'm often told that I seem much taller than I am. I get that a lot too. People say they feel like I'm taller than I am. It's his aura. It is his aura. He also has like a really deep voice too, which helps. I feel like that sells that strong, powerful man energy, you know? Just me and PK, a couple of strong fellas on Twitch. I've had a lot of people assume I'm close to 6 feet for whatever reason. Don't you also wear like giant platform boots? Oh, it might be the Stompy Goth boots? Exactly. See? I know you too well. Snack crushing on PK? I would never. I could never do that to PQ. You could be his painted prince. I'm gonna tell him you said that. We talk sometimes, you know. I gotta go back and watch the PQ AMA. Was there a PQ AMA? I feel like I don't think I've actually like I don't know much about PQ other than she's in chat sometimes. And she likes South Park, I know that. Yeah, she did an AMA while he had lunch. Like she was on stream, or she was just sort of like in chat. Actually, he's probably here right now. PK lurks sometimes, but... I don't know, I was busy. You missed the PQ AMA? Damn. Snack, get out of my brain? Never. I'm burrowed in there, dude. I told you, I'm an empath, and it's International Women's Day. I'm in there. Oh my god, dude. Dog, my art queue / editing queue is the Mariana's Trench. Your boy is buzzy. I see. My art queue is literally just any tab that I have open. Actually, that's not true. A lot of them are things that I'm never gonna draw again. Like these ones, I'm never gonna go back to. This one's basically done. Once it's posted on social media, it's done. This one I should finish. I never did, just because I got tired of doing the flowers up here. This guy is finished. He's just not finished on this canvas. He's finished on this one. And then there's a bunch of other stuff that I never did. This is me being evil. I don't know why I drew him grabbing his dick, but anyways, that's not important. And there's nothing over here, really. Nothing of interest there. This I should probably post online at some point, too. I never did. Maybe I will one day. I don't know. And then this will come back to, for sure. I gotta clean this up and do some more exploration stuff, but I've got a lot of stuff all over the place, and I just sort of jump around. Respectfully, your boob squish is well executed, this one. It's, that's just how it works, you know? The origin points, and then... Anyways. I don't normally draw grotesquely large breasts on like my female characters. I actually typically just have them moderately sized. I'll do like a lot of Gooner art in general, but I was like that one in particular. I was like, I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna fill this page with as many big tits as I can. And I think I did like 2, and that was it, really. Yeah, I'm back. I filled my belly with food. Congratulations, Bismillah, my king. I think I'm thinking of dipping my toes into like not safe for work art, but I possess fear. I guess it just depends. It depends on like, you know, I don't think there's like that big of a risk. Like I don't think like even like professionally, it probably wouldn't be ideal if like my employer found out that I did not safe for work art, which I don't. But I mean, on the off chance that that was like the risk, probably minimal, you know. So I don't really think it's like a huge problem. If you're, I don't know, what's your fear? You just don't want to be like associated to being like a gooner. I feel like it's so normalized in like our communities. It might be weird to like normies, but I feel like if you're locked into like art communities, hentai and drawing porn is just kind of normal. Like I feel like half the people I know who draw art or who do art also draw fucking chicks with giant tits getting digged down crazy style, you know? I'm more afraid of the gooner culture than the professional stumbling block. Well, I think that's one of those things where I think it just kind of comes with the territory. Like if I would really say if you're somebody who's like squeamish or sensitive to people being like critical or making, you know, commentary around sexuality or, you know, objectifying stuff, I think doing porn it's not that I'm not this is not me saying it's good or bad, but it does come with that territory. So I think that's something that needs to be sort of like understood. Doesn't mean like you let people just absolutely fucking trash your shit or be like an asshole or whatever. But I do think like you're gonna bring in gooners if you do gooner content. Um, doesn't mean people can do things that cross lines, right? But it's you're definitely increasing the risk of those encounters, and so I think that's it. If you have thick skin, or if you have thin skin, I would probably advise against it. I suppose. Just depends. It depends on the person. Most people I see, like even on Twitter, I don't think I usually see a lot of people that are like really really nasty or like derogatory to like any like significant degree. It's usually just gonna be like some awooga me likey type comment, you know, something like that. So sorry, I just read that comment. Chrysos, sorry, I read Cryptid's comment. Chrysos 101, I'm new here. I gotta say, neat sketches. Really like the lines there. Thanks, dude. I did one painting where a woman didn't have a top. People kept asking if it was a self-portrait. Never again. I have a funny story like that, except it's like it's completely unexpected. So I was doing a drawing at some point of actual like snack. So I had like these designs. This was before cat snack was like a thing. This was with like probably one of the first like months I streamed. I'll see if I can find the original page. Um, but I had all these designs, these ideas for like what the original design was gonna be, and I had this drawing here of Robert Pattinson in like a meme pose because I thought one of my poses looked like that. There's one of the poses I did that looked like that. I might have deleted it by now, but and one of my mods way back in the day like DM me privately and he's like, "Hey, dude, I think you doxed an image of yourself." He was referring to this Robert Pattinson image. So I like the idea that he just imagined me in like a fucking Adidas tracksuit, looking stun locked in a camera. I was like, no, that's not me, dude. Don't worry. So yeah, the Cryptid's Kitchen made me think of that. I did one painting where a woman didn't have a top, and people kept asking if it was a self-portrait. Never again. Snack. Oh my god, you were in Twilight? Unfortunately not. I did see Twilight in theaters though. I went on a date. I think I was like, it was probably one of my first dates ever. I was like 15 or 14, I think. It wasn't my first date ever, but it was one of them. I'm just only now getting into posting art instead of making things and shoving them into the void under my bed. But I'm sure it'll all come around eventually. Do it, dude. You know, there's nothing really to lose. Like the worst case scenario is you get low interaction, and that's probably the most common case. I think like most social media now is tailored towards reels. So if people are posting static images, it doesn't matter how good they are. Like I think you're just not going to get a lot of engagement in general. So that would be like the worst case scenario. I guess worst case scenario. Nah, there's definitely worse scenarios. Worst scenarios, people bully you, but I feel like that's really, really rare. And I just don't see it a lot. You'll get like the one-off comment. Like when I post reels, I'll get like one-off comments or whatever. They're like, this guy's freaking gooner baiting or whatever, you know? Because I'll have like the tits out. But like, it's whatever, dude. People are gonna talk shit regardless. It's the internet. They're all NPCs in my brain. Every commenter, unless it's you guys, then you're obviously main characters. Here's an example. Someone made an OC out of the Regency era fashion, which aren't that diverse if it looks really into it, because the purple theme similarity when their OC is more of a pinkish than literal purple, more of a basic design. When mine has heterochromia and white lashes. This person told me I copied it due to it being purple, and it has a bun because of the dress, when both of the things are literally the point of the Regency era fashion. Look, I feel like if you're taking elements from like a certain era, there's gonna be like crossover. I think my view on things like plagiarism. I'll read your part 2, I guess. And then they told me I was tracing when I heavily referenced the portion of the drawing. I didn't know they had commissioned the face. They called me a stalker for following their mutuals, and then they blocked me when I did that, so I wouldn't even know if they're following those accounts. I can't say anything without seeing anything. My perspective on like plagiarism and tracing and all that stuff. Tracing is a little bit more blatant. You know, you're either tracing or you're not. But I think like generally speaking, my perspective on like plagiarism is that it's all kind of on a spectrum. There's various degrees of stuff, and the problem and why people argue so much about it and why some people seem to think something's plagiarized and others will disagree is that I think like plagiarism in itself is very interpreted differently by each person individually. Like there are some people who will consider, I don't know, I'm trying to think of an example, using like a reference, like a body pose reference as like plagiarism, or like not ethical, right? And then there are some people that just don't see it that way at all. And then the argument is like, well, you can technically move your body in that position or whatever. Like there's tons of different perspectives on plagiarism. Every instance of plagiarism is on some sort of like spectrum. I think you could think of it as like hot and cold. Basically, you can have multiple elements that might be more and more plagiarized, in which case you're probably leaning more towards being on the plagiarism side, which is why I always sort of advocate for taking your own references, or, you know, if you're taking a reference, don't use it too long. A thing I do typically, if I'm using reference, is I try not to look at it too long. Like this is basically a one-to-one. This drawing here is a one-to-one to a diagram I found online. This is fully original. And then I looked at this to see sort of how, you know, the lines line up and like where the lines go and all that stuff. So I did take elements from this as well. But this perspective and this view is fully original, right? But it's not like a unique thing. And there's always going to be crossover. Like if I do a character that's like at a 3/4 angle or whatever, and I do like an eye, like there's a lot of generic eyes that everybody draws, you know? And it's like, if I do something like this, there's probably a guy out there on the internet who's probably done something similar. But it's not like plagiarism. You know, there's going to be some crossover. You'll know, and you should sort of feel it out as you're doing things. And I think if you feel like you're crossing too far over that line, just be responsible. Don't rely too heavily on a reference. Have a series of references that you use and bounce around them. Like, where's the recent drawings I did? Not that, no, it's not this. Oh, where the fuck is it? These characters. Like, I used reference for this leg pose here. I don't think I used, like, the same sort of shapes as, like, the pants and stuff. This coat, I used, like, a separate reference. This ascot, I think I used a different reference. The hair's original. The face, I can't I think I used maybe just, like a reference for the tilt. But it is more or less original and all that stuff. You know, This character's fully original. This I reference pretty heavily, I think. Like, this entire pose is referenced. So it really just depends. And I think there's sort of a lot of wiggle room. So the reference might still be up. No, it's not. So, I don't know. I think if you're worried about plagiarism, you should probably have a minimum amount of references that you're pulling from to avoid doing that. I accidentally spent a week in Twilight Town. The Airbnb was very themed. That's funny. Was it cheaper at least? People accused me of AI a month ago for an art that Snack took one look at and went, how the fuck is this AI? They claim they never asked me to remove the bun when they did and sent their friend just to finish when it kept on slandering me, blah, blah, blah. I mean, look, I would have to see it. There's no way for me to give any prescription on whether something's plagiarized or not, you know? But, I would just default to assuming that most people on the internet are dumb and not listen to them, so... If you're doing the same time period, the characters are bound to look similar. I wouldn't worry too much about it. Just block and forget about it. Yeah. I think so long as you're not really doing like a one-to-one, you're pretty safe. I tend to be a little bit more liberal and tolerant of creative referencing. I ended up revising my OC with the help of a friend. They kept on saying that I copied them. Bro, fuck it. This person just sounds crazy. Even if you did, just like fuck off. You know what I mean? Like whatever. You don't have to ruin someone's life over shit like that. Just the most important thing is if you did like cross over like a line, just you know, learn from it. Don't do it again. You're probably new to art. It's okay, dude. You can fucking make mistakes. Just don't repeat them. That's like the crucial point there. Tomska did a really thorough video on things that could be considered plagiarism or not, and I feel like that would probably be the best scale I've seen so far on whether something is plagiarism. I'd have to check it out. Is it like some sort of like spectrum? I think the like my view of it is like the best place to start is is self-reference. If you can find costumes, clothing elements, pick your own photos, all that stuff, you're 100% safe. There's no question. That is the safest situation you could be in. If you start taking elements from other things like poses, you know, clothing, color palettes, all that stuff, I still think you're relatively safe. I wouldn't consider that plagiarism at all. I think if you're starting to do like one-to-one copies of things, or taking like things one-to-one without making any alterations, like let's say there's a character in a certain pose. Poses are weird. I actually don't really count poses as plagiarism too much. But I don't know. I don't worry about it as much, to be quite honest. But I've also sort of developed habits around not relying too heavily on one reference or two or whatever. But should I send the OCs to you to compare? If you want to, yeah, you can send them to me. Snack, what's your opinion on closed species adopt? I don't even know what that is. Like getting a pet? I pose for so much of my own art. Yeah, same. This arm here, this is my arm. Yeah, I went over this the other day on stream. This is my arm. This is my arm. This is unfortunately not my arm. It would be nice if it were, though. This is my arm. Like, I'm not joking. All of these, I took photos of myself in this exact pose, and I just used myself as reference. It's just easier. I know what I want to do, and I know what pose I want to go for. Why not just take the picture, you know? These I haven't posed out yet, but if I did finish that... I think even this was like my hand at some point. Just snap a selfie. It takes 2 seconds. Hey Pearl, Purple, I gotta say, we are an 18 plus channel. I get the impression that you might be a little bit on the younger side. We are an 18 plus channel. I just want to reiterate that if you're under the age of 18, you shouldn't be watching this stream. It's an 18 plus community, you know. So, Jadu, what this means is you can reverse engineer what Snack looks like from his drawings. That's right. You just gotta piece me together across like hundreds of different drawings. No, like an artist who makes closed species and then adopts of said species for like 300 bucks. I had a friend who had like, you're talking about like personas and shit, right? I had a friend who did like a persona, and they like they auctioned it off and they made a shit ton of money. What channel should I send it to you? You just post it in the art share. Just post it in the art share channel, whatever. So I kind of know what you're talking about, Nox. I'm not gonna lie though, I don't know shit about like species creation. I assume it's like Sona type stuff. It's very out of my knowledge domain, believe it or not. Are we listening to like a Sigma meme song right now? What is this? I'm just curious if you had an opinion. I think if people are willing to pay for it, do it, you know? I think, you know, the market dictates what people are willing to buy and pay for, and if you design something that's close species or whatever, I don't really know what that means. I assume you mean like you invent a species and then it's unique to you, and sort of they're paying for the right to like have access to a character in that species or something. But if that's the case, then you're on it, yeah? Okay. I don't know. I feel like if people like doing that and people want to pay for it, more power to them. I think I don't like. I'm gonna be honest. I just don't know a lot about like furry stuff or like Fursona stuff or Sona stuff in general. But my understanding is like that's not that abnormal. I have a friend who's like a very popular furry, and she had like this tiger character, and she moved on to like a new Sona, and she auctioned it off, and it sold for like fucking something like $3 grand or some crazy shit like that. So 300 bucks doesn't sound too crazy to me. And for art in general, I feel like artists are underpaid in general, so it's not something that I see as an issue. People can do whatever they want. I'm just bitter because there's a close species that I like. I don't have 500 USD to drop on a custom design. Oh, so you're like you're in the market. You're the demand. Okay. Yeah, I mean it's a tough one, dude. I don't know. I love collecting strange critters. What if you make closed species, but it's just normal human guys? That's a thing that exists, though. Oh, and the girl who had a tail in my uni? Yeah, there was a girl that I went to college with. Okay, I don't really know her, but she showed up with a tail to class pretty regularly. It was interesting, for sure. What makes them closed species versus open ones? I assume, you know, the fact that it doesn't exist anywhere else. I want a clip-on tail real bad. Hell yeah, dude. What animal would you get? I feel like raccoon is the most like aesthetic, but maybe that's just like the French Canadian in me. Like my fur trapper instincts are just like I want like a raccoon's rib. If it's closed, then you can say people are using your species without paying. Oh, wait, okay, so hold up. So am I to understand that if I create like a closed species thing, like let's say I draw uh a snack tile, okay? It's a mix of cat snack the mouse and a reptile. And this is a unique species. And it's a mouse with tits, but it's also, part reptile or whatever. Okay. Let's say I invent something like that. Is the idea in this, like, closed species thing that now I gatekeep that shit and nobody can ever, like, design their own mouse reptile thing? If you make a closed species, other people cannot make a creature in that species without your blessing and paying. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that personally. I don't think to me that's like very similar to like people being like you can't draw this thing because like it offends me or I don't like looking at it or whatever. It's like, bro, you don't gatekeep what interests other people's shit, as long as it's like not like crazy out there or whatever. But I think like people should be allowed to just draw whatever the fuck they want. And I feel like, try to beef people for just drawing shit that like what? You draw a lizard mouse guy and now I can never draw a lizard mouse guy for the rest of my life? Fuck that, dude. I don't know. That seems annoying. Yeah, I don't know. Who could stop you anyways? I mean, social pressure would probably be the only influence, but I mean, it probably wouldn't work on me because I'm not in those communities. Part of me feels like I would just draw that shit out of spite, just to be like, fuck you, dude. You can't tell me what to draw. Like, that sounds so dumb. Like, eventually, if everybody does that, you're just gonna run out of things to, like, mix together. There's only so many combinations of things you could do. I guess you could just be like, yeah, it's not technically like a gecko mouse guy. It's a Komodo dragon mouse guy, or something like that. And then we'd be like, I don't know. That's fucking dumb. Sorry if I'm being mean. I just think it's a little silly. I don't like that. I don't like gatekeep in art, to be quite honest. And I think that's also probably why I do a lot of like free advice streams and content and stuff like that. I like sharing art with other people and ideas and stuff like that. And I think that's like the antithesis of what I think is important when it comes to human on human interaction around art. Isn't that the whole basis of copyright? Copyright is more IP, and I feel like I don't know how like legally you would define IP, but IP is not going to be like just a single species mashup. Like if I draw a guy with like neon pink hair, I can't copyright that, you know what I mean? I can't own like that domain of things, and I can't own like a race of things. Now, if I started doing stuff and calling it, like, Star Wars, and being like, this is canonic, like, Star Wars, and it was just, like, completely fucking weird shit, then, like, that's probably infringement to a degree of an IP. But I don't think, like, creating, like, a species would be, like, a copyright infringement of some... I'm not a lawyer, though. I don't fucking know. That gives me ideas, though. I can get rich fast. Bro, if you have any ideas of becoming rich fast through art as a medium, you're in for a rude awakening, dog. Even if you became the most goated furry artist a lot, well, maybe if you became the most goated furry artist, you would get pretty fucking rich, but... Like, I get wanting to keep it safe because it's unique. It's a unique creature to the world you're building, but what if I don't want to RP? I just want one of those weird horse deer guys that I can draw over and over for my own amusement? Yeah, bro. Like, this doesn't make any sense. You can apply that to everything. You could be like, okay, I've got, like, a fully automatic cannon now. Is nobody else ever allowed to design a fully automatic cannon in their world? Like, that's stupid. Am I never allowed to draw an elf because fucking they exist in like Wizards of the Coast's Forgotten Realm? Like what are we doing here, you know? Pokemon successfully copyrighted the concept of catching creatures and making them fight. Did they though? Because I feel like Digimon did that. I mean, it's not capturing, I guess, but Didn't they also try and like sue Pal World? And I don't think that worked. You and Jadu have encouraged me to try making tutorial videos. Hell yeah, dude. Do it. We're supposed to be making money from this art stuff? Well, some of us. Not me. I was like talking to my tax accountant recently because I had to declare like my Twitch income because Canadian tax season's right now. And I was telling her, I told her how much I made, and she was like, "Oh yeah, don't worry, bro, you're not gonna get audited." And I was like, "All right." Published on the art share, okay. Your friend, yeah, no, your friend's being an idiot. These are different characters completely. You could like even if it's like iconographically similar. Who cares? Who cares? Because she has curly hair. I mean, you could make the argument that it's probably a very similar character, and it could be like the same character or whatever. But you can't make the argument that it's plagiarized. I think your friend's being stupid. For those who can't see, I'm gonna just pull it up on stream here. Are you fine if I pull it up on stream just to show? I wouldn't. This is... Low-key, the hairstyle's more similar after the revision. It doesn't matter though. That's not plagiarism. Sure, it's been disturbing me, but it's okay. Your friend just sounds like they're being immature. Like, look. Can we deny the fact that you were probably influenced a little bit by your friends? Maybe, but who gives a shit? Like, it's not like they own this hairstyle or this like time period piece or whatever. I don't know, bro. I wouldn't lose any sleep over this personally. If it's me and my friend like went ballistic on me and tried to ruin my life and all this shit, that'd be a clean cut. That person is out of my life from now on for some shit like that. No hesitation on that one. Life's too short to keep people in your life that drive you fucking crazy. Now, like, there is, like, the fact that you probably were, to a degree, influenced, or you guys probably share some sort of interest in, like, a genre or time period or medium that is, like, shared equally across, like, the two of you. And you're friends, it makes sense. Like, if I'm friends with people, we're probably going to watch the same shows and have similar interests. And so drawing from that is not, like, is not abnormal. But to call that plagiarism is just stupid. It's not plagiarism at all. I don't think they were friends. Oh, my friend's the one who's nice and helped me. Oh, okay. Theirs is the other one. Oh, okay. Let me re-explain that then. Okay, so what you're saying is this person drew this, right? Then you did this, or sorry, you did this. Your friend helped you revise it with this, and then that became this. I mean, you could quote me on it. I'm telling you, this is the most absurd argument I've ever heard in my entire life. If I drew these after, like, and somebody else drew this, and this person saw my stuff and was like, bro, you're plagiarizing me, dude. I'm gonna fucking ruin your life now. You're like, knock yourself out, dog. Knock yourself out, dude. I'm sleeping like a baby tonight. And I'm drawing your fucking character again. This time I'm doing it for real. Alright? That's what I'd be doing. I'd be drawing their character doing the craziest, worst shit imaginable. They'd be kissing enemies. They'd be dating fucking, I don't know. Whatever, dude. I would just fucking, If it were me, if it were me and somebody was targeting me like this, I would intentionally start drawing their character just out of spite. I'm not recommending you do that. This isn't a prescription, but I'm petty, all right? And I don't care. I would probably do that. Kind of new to Discord. Is the art share, etc., only available after having confirmed the age group for the account? Yeah. So this is an 18 plus stream. If you are under the age of 18, this is not a place for you to be, and you should not be here, and you should leave. And the Discord is exactly the same. And so we have a rules section where you have to confirm that you're over the age of 18. You don't have to go like too crazy in personal information, but you do have to be over the age of 18. And then you get access to the full Discord. As well as the other rules. It's not just that, being nice to other people and all that good stuff, but... Did I ever tell you the petty hat story, Snack? You didn't, but now I'm curious. Since we're on the topic of just insane, like, gatekeeping. Someone called me petty for defending myself at a conference, so I went to the local mall, got a custom hat made with petty in giant gold letters. That is for sure, like, very petty. But it's sick. I dig it. I returned to the conference and wore it for the rest of the time. Based. Based! I condone that behavior. I'm just gonna scribble this shit. Having your art plagiarized happens to all artists, I swear. It's never happened to me yet. It has not happened to me yet. I've thought about how I would handle it if it did. Like, if somebody drew my shit, and then they post it online, I'd probably DM them first, and I'd be like, hey bro, what are you doing? I'm not somebody who likes to air my shit online. So I probably wouldn't do, like, any sort of, like, public post or anything. Unless they were, like, fucking dickheads. But if somebody, like, plagiarized my shit, I'd probably just message them. Be like, hey, bro, what's going on, big dog? Why you stealing my shit, huh? Con, enjoy your lurk. I'd say, hey, man, if you're gonna plagiarize me, I'm gonna start drawing your stuff, and I'm gonna make it really, really, really fucked up. And I'm gonna say that, you know, it was all your idea. I'm gonna start making up lies about you. I'm gonna be evil and manipulative and ruin your life. Nah, I'm just kidding. I wouldn't do that. Yeah, this person who reached out to me pushed me to the edge. Is it just like a fucking random person on the internet, dude? Fuck him. Don't worry about it. Go home, sip your tea, stare at the birds, relax. Yet, time to plagiarize Snacks art? Well, if it's you, Crip, I'm definitely making up lies about you. And I'm going with the narrative that your name originates from crypto scams. Cryptid is actually just a rebrand of crypto. She actually, guys, believe it or not, she sold me this coin and then she pulled the rug on me. She said if I got in as an early investor, we'd be going to the moon. And it just didn't happen. And then she sold everything and 3-stream streak. So many 3-stream streaks this weekend, dude. My new OC Brett, do not steal. I will say, I do like the eye slits you do. Like for context, Kimdo does this thing when she draws eyes, where like the top lid has like a slice in it. I say eye slit. That sounds a little gnarly, but and I do kind of dig that. I may steal it, and I'll sleep great. We'll see. TBD. I do think it's a nice creative touch. It's very unique. I'm just kidding. I won't steal your thing, but it is cool. Invest in Snackcoin, please do. We're going to the moon, baby. I think it has the potential to hit 1 billion. Snackcoin is wild. Well, you don't believe in my product. This is good. We're gonna change money, guys. It's gonna be the new thing. The US dollar is gonna be. It's no longer gonna be the standard. Snackcoin is gonna be the new standard. I think this still needs to be wider. Context, I've never been friends and didn't know about their design before they reached out to me. You know what you should say next time? You should just say, thanks, it's my design now. And then let them post about you and seethe and rage. Say, thanks for the design, chump. You already make up lies about me? Only good ones. I feel like I think the best thing about not being chronically online is that you're very detached from like criticism online. Like I think if people like are actually mean to me on the internet, it doesn't really stick as much because I could just look away, you know. I have like a lot. I wasn't somebody who grew up online. I only actually started being more active online when I started streaming a year and a half ago, 2 years ago. Before that, I was never like on forums or anything like that. I was kind of a bit of a normie, I guess you could say. Like I watch like hockey. I don't like consume a lot of anime or anything like that. The only thing that was like weird or non-normie about me is I worked in animation, but that was it. Beyond that, I was relatively normie. I feel like I worked out, I hung out with the boys, went to play pool on the weekends. You know, that was kind of my lifestyle. And I feel like because of that, like the online criticism stuff, it's just like I just feel like people shouldn't take it as seriously because the internet is just not. It's not real life. To me, it's not real life. And it wasn't until I started streaming and actually talking to like a lot of people like you guys that I started making online friends. I think really like until I hit like the age of 30, I didn't have a single online friend ever. Maybe when I was like when I was like 14 or 15, I used to play or sorry, I would have been like 18 actually. When I was 18, I used to play Guild Wars 2 with this like Chinese man and his like his British wife. And they were basically like in a long distance relationship. And so we would just do dungeon raids together like every night. And those were like my online friends. But that was it though. I didn't like ever hang out with them outside of like playing Guild Wars. Cyberbullying's silly when you get old. I just hate when people get obsessive / parasocial. The whole parasocial is weird for me because I feel like the reality is like I interact with you guys. Look, when you're a streamer, you're getting more of me than I'm getting of you. And so from your perspective, you're going to probably understand me a lot more than I'm ever going to understand you. And so it's not abnormal for you to feel like a degree of closeness to a streamer, right? Because you're consuming a lot of them. You're going to get to know them a lot better than they're going to get to know you. But the disconnect is with that sort of it's not like as strong in a two-way thing. Like I'm never there's like 40 people watching right now, right? Like I'm never gonna know all of you as well as you guys know me. And the reality is you don't even really know me. But you know my personality. Like I'm not that much different off stream than I am on stream, right? So that's certainly like a thing. I think the whole parasocial thing, I have like I guess a bit of a controversial take on parasocial stuff. I don't think it's that abnormal. I think it's like a normal human response for people to feel closeness to somebody that they consume a lot of. I think it's where like if that crosses a line into like, you know, really like obsessiveness and like like uh there are pros and cons to being parasocial, and most people when they talk negatively about parasocial stuff, they're talking about like the stalking aspects, the sort of obsessive nature of like thinking that you're BFFs with somebody who barely knows you, and like all of that shit, and all that shit is really really bad. But I don't think it's like that abnormal for people to feel like closeness to a streamer. I just think that recognize that it's never gonna be a two-way thing, or very rarely is it going to be a two-way thing, and you need to maintain that sort of that understanding, I guess, to a degree. Now that being said, there are people that I've made that have been like chatters of mine that I've become friends with, right? But they're not crazy people, and like that they're not gonna fucking like ruin my life or dox me or do any of that shit. But someone sent me a 200 plus song playlist made themed around me, and I did not like that. Damn. Someone made me like a 200 song playlist, but I asked them for it, and it was just because I didn't want to think about what to play on stream, and it wasn't themed around me. It was just because I like their music taste. But that is fucking crazy. That is crazy. What do we got? We got some more messages here. Oh my god, Parasocial's so weird. I went to a game developer meetup and a lot of people recognized me and acted way too friendly with me, and I was like, who the fuck are you? Yeah, I don't do like any like IRL shit, I don't go to conventions. The last time I went to a convention I was like 21. It was a long ass time ago. I won't lie, I think the most disorienting thing is when I do something online in different spaces and someone recognizes me. Like, if I suddenly go on YouTube and watch a stream there, I don't expect someone to be like, oh my god, Jadu, hi. I mean, that's happened to you, though. Like, I've seen you in fucking Modern Day James stream or Kasem or whatever. Like, I see, like, because the art community on Twitch is, like, so small, it's a lot smaller than you would think it is. And so there's a lot of crossover between communities. So I feel like I can sometimes just go into other chats without necessarily saying anything and just see people that I recognize, either from my own chat or from other streamers I watch and stuff like that. It's very small. And if you look at it like on a numerical number, like if you go like full grind bro mentality and you look at the metrics, like the art category on Twitch is incredibly niche, like very, very niche. Twitch, I think, pulls anywhere between, I think it's around 3 million daily concurrent viewers on Twitch, okay? So you got about 3 million people that are actively watching Twitch every single day. The art category, compared to Twitch as a whole on a daily like consumption level, is around 11,000. That's tiny. That's like a fraction of a percentage of like the total. So it's a very, very, very niche community, which is why everybody kind of knows everybody. And it's also why, like, even, like, the biggest art streamers in the art category are still small fry compared to, like, gaming streamers and stuff like that. Twitch as a platform is just not, like, an art-focused thing. It is, like, a very video game-focused thing. That being said, though, I like that it's small, because then you kind of get to know everybody. I feel like so long as you're streaming in the same sort of time zone as other people, you get to meet the same people. Like PK, Cryptid, all these people... These people all stream in the same time zone as me, and so that's sort of how I get to know them, because I see them popping up on the side, and then you raid into them, you chit-chat with them or whatever, and then... Yeah, like Pcat gets like 500 viewers max. Yeah, she's probably one of the top ones. I don't think she's the top one. I think there's some chick that, some VTuber chick, I can't remember her name. But she pulls like close to 1,000, I think. But that's probably like the biggest in the art category, because it's so small. Your gal got doxxed by someone, mad. I had a boyfriend at the time, so I got extra heebie-jeebies. That's fucking weird, dude. I do think, like... But shit like that is just, like, a crime, I feel like that's just, like, fucking crazy. Maybe... I don't know if doxing is a crime. It should be. I think there are certain countries that categorize it as a crime, and then others that don't. I don't know how Canada feels about it, but... Yeah, I know the one, Rose Doodle. I know of Rose Doodle only from the Stream Awards, but before that, I'd never heard of her, ever. Which is funny, because, like, she's in the art category. I do think, though, a lot of VTubers also jump from, like, gaming and art. And so sometimes, if they're more, like... If they're not, like, 100% art-focused, and also if they don't stream at the same time as me, I probably won't know about them. There are times where I'll check out Twitch. Like, let's say I have a day off from work, and I just decide, like, oh, you know what, I'm gonna hop on Twitch and see what's going on. There's tons of streamers that I've never heard of that have like relatively large followings. And I'm like, oh, it's just like time zone matters a lot. Especially if you're somebody like me who has a schedule. If you stream randomly, then I guess it impacts you less. But because I'm a scheduled streamer, I only really see and interact with people in my same sort of time zone. Like, I'm looking at the side here, and the people that are alive right now are people who are on a schedule the same as me. Like, Rumby... I mean, Rumby streams fucking multiple days straight, like, as an animal. But generally speaking, like, Carson Druid, Selson... I'm looking at my followers right now. Young Khan... All these people are, you know, streaming around the same time as me. Yeah, it makes me want to never do a face cam ever again. Yeah, that's also why I didn't do a face cam to begin with. When I made my Twitch account, I'm a very private person. I like just being offline, you know? Crymelt too. Crymelt streams a lot too, that's true. I like being like I wouldn't want somebody to come up to me in the street. Not that I'm not famous or anything, but on the off chance that it ever got to that point, I would not want that. It would make me uncomfortable. I'm the type of dude who walks around with earbuds all the time, and so I don't really want to talk to people when I'm out. And so my identity being private was like really, really important to me. And so when I made my account, I didn't use my personal email. I made a brand new email. I made all new social media, so nobody that I know IRL follows me. Everything was detached from my personal life. I have like other social medias and stuff that are private to me, but well, I do and I don't, I guess. They're not really active. But my cat snack stuff is all separate. Like, it's very, very unlikely that anybody will find me. Did you practice line control separately, or did it come with experience? Experience. Comes with time. You start off chicken scratchy and all that stuff, and then as you get better, you get more stable. Also, as you warm up, too, during just, like, through a drawing session, you'll get more stable. I find it strange when someone becomes parasocial when it comes to ordinary people or someone niche like you. I'm a bit fine if it's a famous actor or singer. At least they're not groupies. Oh, I'm niche. No, I get it, dude. Yeah. I mean... I don't think you should be parasocial, even if it's like fucking Tom Cruise or something like that, you know? But, I don't know, dude. They're people. Everybody's a person, and I feel like if you start associating, like, high levels of status to certain people, it's just not a healthy way to live your life. Even, like, if you're working with, like, high-level, like, directors and executives in an industry, they're normal people, and, if you see them that way, it's gonna make your life a lot easier and less stressful, and it's just... Everybody who's in a senior position or something like that, or a position of... I guess celebrities are a little weird, but I'm thinking of, like, animation directors. They're all chill. They're all just fucking normal dudes or people or women or whatever. You know, like, they're all just normal people. And so, I don't know. Try not to associate, like... Don't pedestalize people, is I guess, the moral here. I've low-key gotten recognized for posting art in Discords before. I could believe that. Kimdo, you have a very unique style, though, you know? Like, I feel like when I see your work... Like, you posted in PK's stream. The first time I saw your work, Kimdo, was on PK's, like, monthly showcase. He does this, like, showcase where he shows off, like, Chatter's art. And he went over yours, and I was like, oh, that's cool. And then I saw you post in my Discord, I think. And I was like, oh, shit, that's the same person. You know? So I definitely, I'm guilty of that for sure. I did the same to Snack once. It was hilarious. It wasn't hilarious, dude. I'm gonna be really honest, dude. And this is a big time threat. I almost banned you on the spot. And I will, if that ever happens again, there's going to be no hesitation at all. I just want to be very clear with that. And that applies to everybody. And also, you were completely wrong with what you were saying. But the fact that you were guessing stuff in the first place, or trying to dox me, yeah, I'm going to be real, dude. You're lucky you're still here. I guess no hangout when I eventually take my holiday to Canada. I mean, if I know people, I don't mind chilling with them. I met big name musicians, they're still just people. Yeah, that's more or less what I'm saying. I've met some big name musicians, they're still just people, blah, blah, blah. What up, Toxic? How you doing? More of a fan fantasizing to be their partner and acknowledge it as fictional. Is that parasocial? Yeah. Yeah, dude, that's the bad kind of parasocial. Hey, Sade. Hey, Sade. I'm gonna grab some water, guys, and I'll be right back. I'm usually gonna run an ad, because there's 7 minutes till the ads anyways, might as well just run them while I'm away. BRB. Where we at? Dude, I'm drawing people, dude. I can't do this shit anymore. I'm done with the buildings for right now. I gotta draw some stuff. What's an expression I could draw, guys? Give me something to go off of here. I'm playing Manor Lords, and I'm gonna name my town Fuckburg. Okay. Also, as a little PSA, guys, I just want to be clear. If it comes to my attention that people from my community are doing bad things in other communities, even when I'm offline, even if it's not my chat, I will punish you for it. Just to be very, very transparent about that, and just to be very direct. My decisions to sort of discipline people also extend to general behavior on the platform. I walked away for 10 minutes. What happened? Nothing in particular. Just making sure people don't do anything stupid in other places. What's up, Snack? What up, Opato? How you doing? Unadulterated rage. Okay. Try that. Draw a wait, what expression? We're doing an unadulterated rage. I feel like the brows need to be way more tucked in there. I can't take it anymore. I want to draw men. I want men. I do kind of just want to draw something that isn't a fucking cube. Just for like, just for an hour or two, you know? Can you help me with a difficult angle? Let me bang out this face and then we'll go. I'll help you out, Peachy, alright? Is this genuinely okay as long as it's private and more of loving his role? I used to draw my OC with those famous actors I used to be infatuated with and exclusively shown to my friends. What's y'all opinion on it, even though it's been a while? I mean, if you're not, like, making... Like, you could do whatever you want in the privacy of your own mind and life. If it starts bleeding into, like, public spaces and then somebody expresses, like, discomfort with it. I think the celebrity stuff is a weird one, because I feel like if it's a character that they play... That's one thing. If it's the actual person, that's like a different thing. But I mean, if you're like interested in like a character or whatever, I don't know. I don't know, guys. I'm not an expert in this shit. Draw a feminine energy expression in honor of Women's Day. We'll honor women after this. I'm gonna do this, and then we're gonna do Peachy's revision, and then I'll honor some women. Alright? basically draw a twink or a femboy. I was just gonna draw a lady, looking all beautiful. Are there female twinks, or is that exclusively a male thing? I think twinks are kind of just like a gay guy domain. I don't think there's a lot of like female twinks. Lesbians have their own archetypes, but I don't think twinks fall into one of those. Maybe though. I'm not the most versed lesbian out there, but as a non-binary twinks, no femmes, but not always men. Yes, that is true. That is a good distinction. Lesbians can look like twinks. Hell yeah. This don't look right. This don't look right. You can tweak some shit here. Off topic, the way you talk is basically how my OC would talk, to be honest. He talks about piss and shit a lot. I've been known to be a scholar. What can I say? I'm a learned man. I don't like that. Pee poo, that's right. I've loaded in the critiques. Thank you one more time. No worries. Let me do it first, and then you can thank me, you know? Oh, this character looks silly. I'm trying to think, how the hell would I do, like, unbridled rage? Hi, Damon. Today's International Women's Day. Where are the invited female guests? Oh, female guest VJ? Oh, like a co-host? I couldn't do that to the women. I couldn't subject them to what I go through on stream every day, okay? I respect them too much for that, Damon. There's got to be more than femme and butch, though, right? You guys could be whatever you want to be. You could be a lesbian twink. I'll let, dude. You've heard it here, folks. I'll allow it. In my world, it's allowed. You could be a lady twink. I don't know really what that would look like, but you could do it. I won't know until I know, you know. And then when I see it, I'll be like, that's a lady twink. I can feel it in my bones. Much like rare exotic species drawn by furries, we will not gatekeep. Or unlike, I should say. Not much like. Most lesbian twinks are manic pixie girls. That's kind of actually really fucking accurate, bro. Damon, you might be onto something. feel like the eyes are still kind of lame. I'm trying to think, like, what would... My eye would probably be flush here. Snack, do you watch baseball? No, it's the most boring sport on the planet. Sorry for baseball fans. I just find it incredibly unimaginably boring, dude. It fucking bores the shit out of me. I know I sound like a major baseball hater right now, and I kind of am. I just feel like it's so boring. I don't get it. I don't get the love for baseball. I like their gay little uniforms. Alright, fine. Fine, I guess if you want to watch, like, for the boys, then whatever. But aren't they all, like, middle-aged fat dudes? Recently heard a ban-worthy joke. I want a free unbanned pass, and then I'm willing to share. I don't know if I trust your judgment, Damon. I'm gonna just say, why don't you just keep it to yourself, you know? Or tell it to Glad. She'll like that. I'm just kidding, by the way. Don't do that. She will tear you apart. My husband plays baseball. Well, I'm sure your husband's a fine man who's very handsome. And I'd probably... You know what? If I were gay, I'd sleep with your husband. Does that make it better? Does that help? Thanks, he said he heard that, and he said he'd bang you. In another life, dude. What does he feel about sugar babies that are grown men? Maybe we could work something out. I'll be a little light on the sugar part. I'm more like xanthanum gum than full-on sweetened sugar. Do a jiggle? Shit. It'd do. It'd be jiggling. Nah, he's also poor. I've suddenly lost interest. I'm a bit of a gold digger. Snank? Sank? Yes. Yes, Xon. But Sank, you are gay. We all heard you. Only for your dad. Sank is just funny to me for some reason. It's okay. I've gotten Cat Sack, which is probably the worst one I think I've gotten. Beyond that, I really like Sank. Alright. Sank it is then. Sank, do not be gay for my dad. That man is a travesty worse than death. Okay, fine. But I could change him, you know? Plus, you and I could throw the old pigskin around. I'd be a good stepdad, dude. My mother, though, also bad, but better. Alright, now we're talking. Nox, I'd raise you as my own. You'd be the kid I never wanted, you know? The dad that stepped up, exactly. You said you didn't want kids. I know, that's why I said the kid I never wanted. But for maybe Nox would change my mind. Maybe they'd be like the perfect child. I've never been raised, I don't know how that would go, but you know, we could try anything. I'm putting you in hockey. That's gonna be step one. You're gonna play hockey. I hope you like it. My child will play hockey. I actually would love to play hockey. There you go. I tried to play football in high school, but apparently Christians only let men do that. Oh. Wait till you find out about women's hockey here. We're not limited. The hockey leagues I played in were mixed completely. So I had women on my team when I was like a kid, and they weren't limited to just sort of one sex or one gender or whatever. There are no restrictions in Canada on hockey. I think after maybe a certain point, it becomes like the leagues become a little bit more gendered, I suppose. But I don't think there's like restrictions. I think most of the time what happens is as like the groups age, they tend to segregate more. Like a lot of the girls I played with ended up going into like women's leagues just because like when you're playing with like a bunch of like rowdy like 17, 18-year-old boys, it gets like a little bit more aggressive and like a little bit more rough. And I feel like at that point you know, some people just sort of want to play in leagues that they feel more comfortable playing in. But there's nothing stopping you. You just power through. Sorry, the good Christians. Ignore the strays you're catching right now. Dude, I'm the least Christian person ever. I was like, well, I say that, but I am technically baptized. I have all my sacraments. I'm just not particularly religious. Why would they do that? Why would they do what? People go into their own leagues? There are different like pipelines for like let's say you want to be a professional like women's hockey player. It's probably going to make more sense for you to go into women's leagues because you could follow that pipeline a little bit more closely. Doesn't mean you have to. Samesies raised Baptist? Damn, Baptist is hardcore, dude. I'm like fucking Christian Catholic. We're the ones that like my family went to church on like fucking Easter and shit like that. That was it. I never had anything too crazy. And then I realized I was gay, only kind of a joke. I feel like being gay in like a fucking Christian environment or like a Baptist environment is like crazy, dude. Playing life on hard mode. Why would they do that? The gendered stuff, like splitting groups. People feel more comfortable playing with people their own gender, and also there are like differences, right? Like you know, it's not fucking not a big mystery why people would want to play with their own people that they can identify with more. You know. Where do you see yourself in 10 years, Snack? Know your mom jokes. I don't know. Hopefully retired. That'd be fucking nice. But realistically, probably doing the same shit I'm doing now. Maybe with a bit more success in art. Who knows? I don't have any big lofty goals. My goal right now is to pay down my mortgage. And then, you know, from there, I don't know. I don't have a plan beyond that. Dude, my brother converted to Catholicism a couple years ago, and I'm baffled. Catholics are pretty tame. They don't like all the Catholics I know are just basically like you know like normal people who think God's real. That's all. I don't know. Maybe it's different if like you're like from the southern United States or something. They probably take that shit a lot more seriously than like Eastern Canada. But Baptist like Sheldon. He could choose your grandma. Only yours, Peachy. She's the only one for me. Snack. For banter. Hello. I was Lutheran. It's Catholicism on extra easy mode. Is it? I don't know shit about Lutherans. There you go. There's a very pissed off guy. Then we said we were going to do Peachy's critique, and then we're going to do a feminine energy, whatever, I think, is what we said. For Women's Day, draw a girl, but with a challenge. She has to be Moe. Oh my god, dude. Somebody watched my stream yesterday where I was getting roasted for doing Moe art. Flat is back. You got it, boss. I'll give you her new address, but it's a bit cold there. I mean, it can't be any colder than where I'm at. Freezing as shit here. Alright. Let me take a little look at the critiques channel. Actually, we got a big paragraph there. Most Catholics are tame. My brother converted because he thinks Catholicism is more closely resemblant to how God intended the Bible to be interpreted. He's big on philosophy and quantum physics and swears that Catholicism is the only non-watered down way to Christians. It's nuts. My sister-in-law quit birth control because of it. Hey, man. As long as they're not hurting anybody, they can believe whatever they want. Alright, let's see what we got in the critiques channel. Peachy's expression. I'll pull this up. Hell yeah, dude. Okay, I've seen you've applied some stuff we talked about yesterday. Now there's some other stuff I would want to advise you to do. Typically, and I'm gonna lock in on this person right now. Typically, when I'm doing a skull, especially from this perspective, I think everything's working here. I think again though, we did mention normally, if you're trying to draw like similarly to how I do it, normally, is it okay if I do a sketch of the homework? Do we have homework? You can do a sketch of whatever you want, dude. You don't gotta ask me. Only as a sketch. You can do whatever you want, Purple. I'm not gonna fucking ruin your life. Don't worry. You don't have to ask for permission to draw the things that you want to draw. If you want to practice things that we've drawn before, hell, if you want to practice things that I've drawn before, go for it. I think, you know, if you're drawing something that's like a one-to-one to something I did or somebody else did, just say that that's what it is, you know, and then do it. Don't let anybody stop you. Okay. Got an emergency. Gotta go meet you next week's snack. Alright, peace out, dude. We haven't had homework in 84 years. Well, Boba's the one who's supposed to be, you know, reminding us of homework, but he hasn't been reminding the teacher very often. So one thing I would do here is I would bring the brow out a little bit, throw a little bit of a cheekbone here. Just something like that, probably. Notice how I'm just doing a single line here. I'm doing this in a single clean line. If you gotta erase it 50 times over, do that, you know? But I would do that. So I'd just add a little bit more cheekbone there. The idea is that he's eavesdropping or spying. I think what you could do is you could get sort of like a flow like this, where he basically has like one eyebrow lowered. If that's the case. And then have this eyebrow flow up into this one. Like he's like, huh? Oh, that's not looking... That ain't right. I also think the spacing on the eyes is a little bit close. I think I'm gonna bring it back a little bit, just a smidgen. Or something like that. The one you advised me yesterday? Oh yeah, go for it. Do it up. Since when do we have homework? We used to have a weekly homework thing. Nobody ever did it except for Boba. And so Boba would always remind people of the homework, and then he stopped. And because of that, I got lazy. I'm basically like a big child. If you don't remind me of the things I have to do, I probably won't do them. The mouth, I usually just do sort of like a little outline here. So I do like this sort of whoop, and then bup, bup, and then whoop, and that's it really for the mouth. It's basically just like a triangle. Like this is like a little triangle with a little C curve up top. That's what I'm going to do. And then I'm not going to attach the mouth to the edge here, meaning I'm not going to connect it to the edge. I'm going to place it a little bit outside of the edge here. So I'm going to leave a little bit of a space here. I think that's important. Tachycardiac arrest. Damon, did you change your name? What the fuck? The drought of homework is long enough for a cutie patootie Dogja fan can show up and not know about homework being a thing. It hasn't been a thing in a long time. The nose. You want to do a rounded nose. I don't actually do rounded noses very often, so I'm going to try this here. But I don't think I'm going to do a super awesome job. Maybe something like that. I think the nostril wouldn't be flared up like this. It would probably be more like this. Or just lower in general. Or flatter. Now again, I would just pull the forehead back just a smidgen. I'm just going to do the skull first, because I think you've got a little bit too much length on it. I think the skull is probably a little bit more like this. So you got a lot extra stuff going on here. It's not... Like, the hair feels too flat. Like, look how much space there is here on the hair from the actual, like, skull. So you're implying that the hair rests flat in terms of length. But then you have all this back here. So you're implying the skull also goes back like this, which is a little extreme. I'm gonna pull this in a little bit. I do like the way you did the ear. Good shape on the ear. One thing I would say is the inner ear. I think what you can think about when you're doing the inner ear, Peachy, is you could do... I usually just mimic this top line here. See this line right here? I just do it again, like that. Doesn't have to really be super lined up. Same with here. And then here. So I basically just do the outer ear on the inside. And then I do a Y. 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 And bring this down. And then a C. Like that. That's usually how I do my ears. Usually. I think. Yeah. So that's typically how I think about doing ears. Canada really should be renamed to the Silver Medal Country. Time him out, please. We don't take that blasphemy here. Jadu, Send Taki to the Limbo Realm. Thank you. Okay. And then hair. You know, if you want to give him hair, you can give him hair. I would just say, you know, if you're doing short hair, normally, unless you're doing a very specific hairstyle, when you're doing short hair, if you're doing hair that's like this length, you're probably going to maintain that length and volume across the entire head. Meaning, you're more or less going to have this length of hair going all the way across here. Which is why your design looked a little weird, because it was short hair, but you had it going all the way back. And because of that, you're kind of implying that he has like some sort of like alien skull, you know what I mean? Where he's got like those, you know how like Egyptians used to wrap their heads to like make them sort of like long and pointed? Stuff like that. So I think just make sure you're maintaining the sort of volume on the hair in a way that makes sense. Now, obviously, there's different hairstyles. You could do short hair, and then maybe he has a mullet, you know, or he's like he's cool like that. So you could do other hair lengths, but it's if your intention, which I assume your intention, was to have short hair, then I would just sort of you know, maintain that across the whole piece. Disregarding the fact that Canada's won gold for like 26 years, but go off, King. That's right. Damon's just trying to trigger me right now. It's okay. Damon's normally a good boy, so he can have one. I never hear anything bad from Canada. It's because we're all perfect and none of us ever do anything bad ever. Myself included. Whatever. So that's sort of that's the main differences I would do here between these two. I don't know why that's... Makes sense? And then the stars and stuff and the sort of wrinkles around the eyes, you can add those if you want to. You know, whatever. Something like that. When I was drawing, I was thinking about the tail, but I don't know what you call it. Like the ponytail? Like on hair? If that's the case, then we can change the hairstyle up a little bit. I can show you how to do that. I'm just gonna undo all the hair I just did here. And I'll just do a little ponytail. So, if it's a ponytail, because there's tension being applied, you're honestly not going to get that much volume on the actual hair, because the hair's being pulled to this tension point. And because it's being pulled to this tension point, it's going to be very flush to the skull. This hair's still relatively thin, and if you stretch it out, it's going to be incredibly thin. Obviously, don't do all those wrinkles, it's going to look bad. But you don't really need to add any volume to your head, or to your hair if you're doing a ponytail. Like, you see how you have, like, this chunk here, or this volume, or even all this? You don't really need all that if you're doing a ponytail. But typically, a ponytail is going to have long hair the whole way through. I mean, there's also... You could do, like, undercuts and stuff like that, where your hair's, like, short down here, but long up here. But I don't think you would have, like... Unless you haven't cut your undercut in a while, you're probably not going to have these loose little hairs down here below the ponytail. So if you want to do a ponytail... I would set up the hairline. I'm just going to scribble in a hairline here. I'm not going to think about it too much. And then I would just sort of, you know... Normally when I do a ponytail, I do it in threes. So I'll do one chunk, two chunk, and then maybe a third one there. Something like that. That's how I'll do a ponytail. And then, you know, I'll add like a little loop. Or whatever. The skull's still missing a little skull here. As a penance, I'm gonna watch the first season of Shorzy spin-off of Letterkenny. I'll allow it. I've come to learn that speech-to-text hates the British accent. You've just learned that, dude. You've been misspelling things forever because of speech-to-text. I feel like you should have known that for a while now. How long have you been following this channel? It's been a minute. Canada is definitely the UK's preferred child. It's still pretty fucked up, but at least they have manners. We try. We're good boys sometimes. Oh, you wanted to do a mullet. Oh, okay. Well, that's different then. We're gonna go back to... A mullet would be, you know... would be sort of like short hair at the front here. Same principle as I was talking about before. Maintain your volumes. And then, as you get here, it starts to flare out. And you gain size. Maybe not necessarily like that. Do something like this, maybe. And then I would have, because it's so long, I would probably honestly have some hairs flaring out over the neck also. Just to show the three-dimensionality here. Something like that. Obviously, I didn't do the rest of the hair on here, but... Mullets also typically have shaved sides, I think. So you might have something like that. Probably pull this brow back a little bit more. I don't actually know how to draw shaved sides. I haven't found a way to simplify that yet. But if you're doing a mullet, I would do it somewhat like that. Business in the front, party in the back. Short and long is the formal term. I don't think it is. I think it's always been business in the front, party in the back. I have Canadian proof that it is. I've never heard of that in my life. And I'm the most Canadian person here. Oh, have I been neglecting my YouTube chat again? Oh well. Anyways, that's what I'll say, Peachy. Hopefully that helps. Yeah, I'm barely Canadian. That's not what I meant, Dallas. I'm just so used to being surrounded by non-Canadians in chat. Sometimes I forget who's Canadian, but I do know you are. Don't worry, you're Canadian. You shared in my hatred for the loss of the Canadians during the both women's and men's gold finals. God damn it. I don't know how to get a nice fade with just line art. I would probably just use like some sort of brush with opacity or something. But yeah, so that's what I'll say. I'll leave you on that one. I'm gonna be honest, chat, my shoulders are really fucking starting to kill me. I might go a little bit easier on the drawing for a little bit. We might just yap more. May also just wrap up at the 4-hour mark. Hatching, maybe? Yeah, hatching could work too. I would also maybe just do, you know how like I do like these weird like pattern things? Maybe I would do something like that. You know, something like that maybe. Actually, that'd be a really good idea for a fade. Could be. How do you like the second one? This one here? There's something a little bit off about it. And I'll tell you what it is. Normally, when you're tilting your head up like this, As you go higher up on the head, you're going to get more extreme curvatures of the forehead here. And it's going to be a little bit more narrow than what you have it here. So I would do it a little bit more like this. Chin length is probably fine. I think your nose isn't overlapping the eyes enough. I would add more curvature to the brows. Again, we're showing that socket, right? The nose I would bring up. So you're only really seeing the bottom of the nose here. It's kind of overlapping here. The mouth is going to be the same deal. It's going to be way higher up. All of these spaces between nose, mouth, nose, eyes, all that stuff, it all gets smushed up on an upward tilt. And your curves are a little bit more extreme, even on the bottom lip and stuff, you know? Now the chin's a little big. I'm going to tone that down, but the chin is still going to be disproportionately larger than the rest of the face. I like how you adjust to their style for the critiques instead of doing your own style. To be honest, I think they're kind of emulating my style, so it kind of helps for me. But that's sort of how I would do it. Fuck. This would be more like the skull structure here, and then aggressively turns down like that. I also make sure that I typically will show the bottom plane here in some capacity. Who gave me a little follow there? Let me say thank you. Let me say thank you to the new follower. Mirror Art, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I don't really like the way that looks, so I'm going to thin out my brush here. Because the head is up, you're going to get probably some sort of bend in the neck here. You wouldn't really have your head tilted up without getting some sort of bend in your trap muscle back here. Probably a little bit more of a curvature. If I didn't like the style, I wouldn't ask for corrections. Exactly. I take it as a compliment. The ear, though, I will say, is in the perfect spot. This is exactly where your ear would be. If your head is front on, your ears are going to be more or less in line with your eyes. So if your eyes are like, you know, this, whatever, blah, 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 eyes, okay? Your ears are probably going to be more or less in the realm of the eye height, okay? Maybe a little lower, maybe a little higher. It's not super duper important, as long as it's like roughly around there. But once we start getting into tilts, if we start getting into down tilts, where the eyes are now like this, then the ears are going to be way higher up relative to the eyes. And it's the opposite if you're doing like an upward tilt. And so you lowering the ear relative to the eyes is perfect. Something like that. It's more of that he's already experienced, and now because of his style, Yeah, whatever. You learn style based off of like emulating people you like, dude. So if it's like, if they like my style enough to emulate it, it's to me, it's an honor. Okay, that's what I'm in the game for. I'm never gonna be offended by somebody trying to emulate the way I draw. Let me just change the angle here a little bit. Sometimes I add like a little bit of a line there, just to sort of differentiate that the chin is like overlapping in this extreme angle. Not super duper necessary, but... and then for the hat you kind of want to make sure that you're showing that it's wrapping the form here. So it's also going to follow that sort of extreme curvature. Bonjour, cat snack. Bonjour, siren. J'aime la musique. Excelente. This is probably how I would address that. Something like that. So, that over. Oh, they look like they were doing a cringe face, not a smile face. Oopsies. If it's a cringe face, the eyes can stay relatively the same. The brows are now going to sort of curl like this. And then he's looking off to the side here. I wasn't paying attention to the eye direction, my bad. Everything else more or less stays the same. Do a jiggle? Shit, Jwen. You know it, dude. Yay! I French properly! You did. You spoke. I understood exactly what you said. And then I gotta do a cringe face. I'm trying to think. What would a cringe face... I'm thinking like... Yeah, it's a little too high. I'm positioning my mouth right now just to see what muscles are activating. I'm flaring my upper teeth. I'm pulling. I'm flexing my chin, so my chin is applying pressure up this way. I'm feeling all these muscles right now. I don't have a reference in front of me. I'm feeling my muscles. So my chin is pushing up that way, which means I'm probably going to get some sort of motion flowing up from the chin. So you're going to get probably something like this. This lip is going to follow that movement. And then these teeth here are going to flare. Not great. I would probably rework this. I'd have to look at reference. This mouth is a little bit complicated. I could try and guesstimate it, I guess, but... Trying to think. How would I do that? I don't know if you've read this, but you gave me an idea. By the way, isn't this a cool idea? My OC would lecture you about history and then would draw what he means instead of pulling up a picture from Google. Yeah, dude. That's cool. That's cool. I do that sometimes whenever I'm showing people stuff. I drew Sonic at work once. I don't know if I told you guys that. I drew Sonic for like a colleague. I really don't know how to do a cringe face. I gotta look it up. Cringe face. Ugh. Cringe face. Okay, it's kind of okay. Yeah, see, those are the muscles I was feeling when I was doing it. So it looks kind of like this. Here's a front-on view of it. This guy's got like crazy focal distortion on his face, though. This guy, unironically, guys, not even joking, he has like my exact same hairstyle. This is what my hair looks like. This is also what my I don't look like him. I have the same complexion as him, like color palette. But my features are very different, but my eyes are not that big. And I don't have that big of a... Anyways, I'm not gonna start bullying this poor stock image guy. Anyways, it looked like I wear this exact shirt to like go to work. I have this exact haircut. And like exact same curl pattern, everything. And I wear glasses. My glasses are a little different though, but... And I have a mustache. And this is not what my teeth and mouth look like. But anyways, point is, he's doing a cringe face. Spicy white, exactly. You were about to roast that man. I just saw him and I was like, dude, this guy just looks like fucking... He has like my exact same iconography. He's even got the frickin' schnoz, dude. People say I look like Lin-Manuel Miranda. I don't see it. He looks like my aunt's husband, except he has broccoli hair. This is not broccoli hair. He got the hockey flow, baby. When I was younger, I was compared to Shia LaBeouf, and then when I got older, now I'm compared to like Lin-Manuel Miranda. So make of that what you will. Okay. I don't think I'm going to be able to do this cringe face. Not without, like, dedicating a lot of time to it. But the point is, those are sort of the major changes I would do. We're just going to go back to giving him, like, a smile mouth, I think. Actually, let's try this. People have legitimately told me I look like Taylor Swift, multiple different people. You're looking like T Swift, T Swizzy. That's what I call her, because her and I are close, you know? I just get told I look like any East Asian celebrity. There's a lot of options there. Hopefully not Jackie Chan. T Swizzy. That's my nickname for her. Sullivan was here. How's it going, dude? I didn't say hi when you popped in earlier, but I see you. Chad Jackson Chandler. You know what? I'm gonna say I've given you like some feedback here. I'll let you figure out the cringe face. I can't figure it out, but I'm sure somebody's drawn it in a way that looks perfect. That is better than what I can do here. And I feel like it's going to be pretty lame if I just sort of fiddle around with this forever. So I'm going to give you this as feedback to start. Let me screenshot this. Big chillin'. My parents are starting a business, and since I draw characters, they assume I can do graphic design for them. Bro, that is the fucking story of my life. I work in a very, like, corporate, like, environment, and they were like, hey, Snack, can you do, like motion graphics for a presentation we want to do? I'm like, bro, I don't know how to do fucking motion graphics. I've never done any sort of, like, corporate animation in my life. I like how dead this guy looks in his... But aren't you an artist? Another thing I get all the time is like, hey, you should draw our team. And just like, you know, it'd just be like a fun little thing if you just drew our team. And then I'm like, bro, that would take so long. I don't have time for that. I don't want to draw. I gotta collect references from people I work with. Okay, what else were we gonna draw? We were gonna draw a lady, but I was also gonna wrap up stream at the 4-hour mark. But it is International Women's Day, and I feel it's probably rude to not draw a lady on International Women's Day, isn't it? Give her the classic winged eyeliner. I'm memeing right now, guys. Obviously. Obviously, I'm memeing. Okay, is it too late for me to get a critique? Yeah, my shoulder's been fucking killing me for a little bit, and I'm starting to get tingles in my arms, so I should probably stop. Would you pay me to draw that as a response? I don't really commission people to do stuff. I paint portraits, but get asked to design logos. The life of an artist, dude. Otter, how you doing, Otter? Speaking of international women, how's it going? I've only been saying Happy International Women's Day to international women. If they're domestic, I'm an ally still, but you're not an international woman to me, you know? I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Okay, I really should just wrap up stream. I'm gonna do a lady real quick. She's not gonna be super awesome or anything, but she will certainly be a lady. All ladies are super awesome. All of them. Even the evil ones. I don't discriminate. This is a terrifying looking woman, dude. My cursed insomnia has me waking up in the afternoon. That's rough, dude. I feel like today, I felt so tired when I woke up, and it wasn't until I woke up and went on Discord and saw somebody talking about, like, daylight savings that I was like, damn. That's why I feel so fucked up right now. Sucker Bear, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Most ladies. I support women's rights and wrongs. That includes them telling they suck if they suck. No woman can make a mistake on International Women's Day, okay? Just know, Snack has your back. Just for today, though. We'll cancel you tomorrow. But today, you're uncancelable, ladies. I don't really know what hair to give this lady. Oh. Clearly, I was just designed to sit in one place for several hours and do nothing but doodle. Someone? Someone what? Okay, I'm going back to lying down. Can't do it. See ya, Pookies. See ya, Otter. Thanks for popping in. I'm gonna be wrapping up stream pretty soon, so... Not the most interesting lady. She's kind of very generic, but I'm just kind of getting it done. Oops. I'm probably gonna go. See you next week. See you next week. I genuinely have no idea how I keep track of time when I draw. Bad habit. Me neither, dude. It's really bad, especially on like a weeknight when I got work the next day, and then I look at the fucking clock and I'm like, holy shit, dude. I gotta go to bed. But that's how you know you were meant to do this, you know? I really think, like, that's a sign that, like, this shit is, like, for you. She looks exactly like you. I mean, I have her look in a different direction. It's just more interesting. Anyways, this is my quick lady. I'll make her more interesting another day. But for now, this is it. And I'm wrapping up stream. Get the fuck out of here. Ugh. She looks exactly like you, huh? Well. Can I screenshot it? Do whatever you gotta do. I ain't gonna stop you. If it's on stream, you can do whatever you want. I mean, it's public content. You can screenshot it. Happy International Women's Day and happy three stream streak day. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for the three stream streaks, everybody. And thank you for being women. I thank all of you for being women. I'm part woman myself, only on the X side. But otherwise, you know, I thank you all for your contributions to my existence and all that stuff. None of you birthed me, but let's just pretend you did. Alright, anyways, I'm gonna wrap up. Let's find somebody to raid out to. Who are we gonna raid? 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 What's this person doing? Let's raid a woman. We gotta raid a woman, obviously, on International Women's Day. What's this person doing? Okay, I think I found the woman. I don't see a he her or a she her in her bio, but I'm gonna take a wild guess and just say it's a woman. So I'll just apologize. Better to do and then ask for forgiveness later than, you know, ask for forgiveness and not end my stream. All right. / raid. Bernice Doodles. Alright guys, thank you everybody for coming out. I will catch you on the next stream, which is going to be Friday at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time. If you want live notifications, you know where to be, in the Discord. Get in there so you get your live notifications, and you get feedback from me next time I'm live and you're in chat. Alright, see you there. Bye-bye.